Ano Bhadra Kratvu Yantu Vishwata. Let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. With the shlok from the Rig Veda, a very good morning to ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the two-day international conference on emerging socio-cultural and political issues, India and Europe. As a tradition in Amity University, we begin all our endeavors with the chanting of Saraswati Vandana. I request Pratik to share the screen for the Saraswati Vandana.
या कुन्देन्तु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिर्देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेष जाड्यापहा.
Pratik, that was indeed very melodious. This Vandana indeed lights a hope within us to keep striving towards knowledge that dispels the gloom of ignorance and fuels us to pursue wisdom. In these dire times, this conference presents us with a simple semblance of reality by providing us with a platform to debate upon the ideas which are important for today's society. Before we begin this session, I would like to take this time to say that we are all going through a very difficult time. The entire world is going through a difficult time. And we are all fortunate to be blessed with this platform where we can share and we can disseminate knowledge. So let us take a few moments of silence for all the people who have lost people during this pandemic. Good morning, esteemed guests, faculty members, participants, and fellow students. My name is Ashish Kumar Chaudhary, and this is my co-host, Sanjana Mishra. We warmly and cordially welcome you to the inaugural session of the International Conference on Emerging Socio-Cultural and Political Issues, India and Europe. This conference is organized by Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida, in collaboration with JNU Jean Monnet Module, Center for European Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and co-funded by Erasmus Program of the European Union. I would now like to request Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, Director, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash is currently serving as Director, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University. Prior to joining Amity University, she served at BITS Pilani as Chief, Women's Studies and Societal Development Unit, Founder Director, UGC Center for Women's Studies, Head, Department of Humanistic Studies, and Coordinator, MPhil Program in Hospital and Health Systems Management. Subsequently, she served as Head, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at JUT, Himachal Pradesh. She has been invited as scholar, consultant, guest speaker, and visiting faculty at many national and international forums. Dr. Prakash has taught courses on sociology and gender studies at Department of Sociology and Center for International Health, the George Washington University, Washington, D.C., Department of Gender Studies, University at Buffalo, SUNY, University of Maryland at College Park, USA. Apart from teaching, she is an active researcher and has many research papers, books to her credit. She has worked on many projects sponsored by national as well as international agencies. Ma'am, it is indeed a pleasure having you with us. The screen is all yours.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Let me just now get started. Respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, delegates, faculty, and students. Welcome to the online international conference on emerging socio-cultural and political issues, India and Europe, being organized by Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, in collaboration with GNU module under the Erasmus Plus program from the Center for School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, on this day, 24th, to be carried over until tomorrow, 25th of May, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear students, it is with the blessings of Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder President, Amity Group, encouragement from Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and immense valuable guidance and support from Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, that we are able to organize and conduct such program with complete, robust IT support, bringing together a galaxy of national and international experts, along with large number of participants on this virtual platform. The conference provides an open forum for social scientists, researchers, and academicians to discuss nascent ideas and solutions to similar challenges being experienced by India and Europe. It will be a very wonderful opportunity for all to gain input, which will be very useful for their future research in this knowledge-based society. The conference aims to formulate new path for structuring and building new vision and ideas for strong partnership between India and Europe, examine areas for strong academic cooperation and policy development between the two strong economies, analyze the dynamics of social change and development taking place in European and Indian society in post-pandemic times specifically, and to promote networking between industry and academicians. The thematic sessions would revolve around culture and society in modern Europe, environment, climate change and development, social institution and policies. We are so very honored to have dignitaries on this dais today, and we look forward to a very fruitful and meaningful conference. Dr. Shruti Singh, convener of the event, and the entire team from the sociology department, the faculty, and also the student volunteers, they have put in a lot of hard work, and I congratulate them for this initiative. On behalf of Amity Institute of Social Sciences, I welcome all the dignitaries, our speakers, faculty, and delegates, and our students. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words and encouraging anecdotes. Now we have Dr. Sheetal Sharma, the conference chair, who will be addressing the gathering. Dr. Sheetal Sharma is a faculty at Center of European Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. Her research interests include social and cultural issues in contemporary Europe and India and their historical roots, normally in multiculturalism and diversity, the methodology of social sciences, gender and empowerment of women. She has received the JNU Research Excellence Award for outstanding contribution and excellence in the field of social sciences and humanities in the Young Scholars category for the year 2018 and 19. She has been awarded financial grants for a number of projects funded under the framework of Erasmus program of the European Union and has been a part of a number of international projects as project investigator from India. Dr. Sharma is also selected for the prestigious European Union Visitors Program 2020. She is also a course coordinator for MOOCs, the massive online open courses titled as Sociology 1 and 2, and the subject matter expert on the subject of sociology for school education offered by NCERT, the National Council of Educational Research and Training, offered through Swayam platform of MHRD, Government of India. She has completed a video lecture series in sociology for CIET, NCERT's project NROER, which stands for National Repository for Educational Resource and Training. She writes regularly on socially relevant issues in India and Europe for journals and magazines for international and national repeat. She has also been invited as a discussant on a number of programs over radio and television and has presented papers in national and international seminars and conferences. Ma'am, the screen is all yours. We are honored to have you amongst us.
Thank you so much, Sanjana. Good morning and my namaskar to one and all in the meeting room. Dignitaries in the meeting room, professors, colleagues, friends, and my dear students. I'm happy to welcome all of you to this conference, which has been organized in collaboration with MIT Institute. In sociology, we say that every phenomena or institution has two aspects. One is the structure and another one is the function. And I'm going to talk about both the structure and functioning of this particular event that we have organized. And this event particularly, I would say, is one of the series of events that Center for the European Studies has been organizing for last number of years under the Erasmus framework of Jean Monnet activities. And I'm happy to collaborate with number of institutions, because when we step outside our institutional boundaries, when we step outside our institution, we tend to meet people and come across various kinds of ideas and stand enriched. I thank His Excellency Ugo Astuto, who has once again agreed to be part of this event, which is one of the series of events of Jean Monnet activities, to be a keynote speaker. I want to thank also Her Excellency Namrata Kumar and Shri Harivansh ji, who have agreed to be part of the inaugural program. And this is for the first time they have come to any of the event organized by Center for European Studies, but many more to come. And thank you to both of you. Now, when I talk about this particular event, I tend to bring out 3 C's: cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. And this is what I see as at the core of this event, where we are going to talk about emerging socio-cultural and political issues in India and Europe. And why I want to bring this particular thing out as emerging trends, because since last 2 decades, 1 decade, particularly 5 years, and specifically in the pandemic or in the post-pandemic world, number of actors and factors are going to bring about a change in the socio-cultural, political, and economic phenomena or institution or issues in India and Europe. And they are going to pose a number of challenges for us. This meeting or this conference is going to deliberate upon these challenges, these issues, and how are we going to find certain solutions, not just solutions, sustainable solutions to the challenges being posed by number of issues that are coming or unfolding our way. I hope that all the paper presenters are going to dwell upon some or the other aspect of these emerging trends. I welcome once again everybody in the meeting room. Thank you for being there and best of luck for your 2-day conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheetal ma'am, for enlightening us with your precious words. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. V. Yoga Jyotsna. Professor Dr. V. Yoga Jyotsna is currently the Dean of Amity Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity Institute for Public Policy, Amity Institute for Military College for Women. She is also a member of University Research Council, AUUP. Education degrees such as MPhil and PhD are from the prestigious Osmania University. She has served in Osmania as head of the Department of Political Science and Dean Faculty of Social Sciences. Professor Jyotsna has worked alongside 7 doctoral students and 30 MPhil scholars, mostly from the services. She has conducted 2 international workshops on Maritime Asia and Central Asia, 2 national level refresher courses on political science and international relations, and on research methodology. She has participated in 10 international, 50 national seminars throughout her career and was part of 20 webinars till date. It is indeed a pleasure having you with us, ma'am. The screen is all yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais. Honorable Sri Harivansh ji, sir, we watch you on Rajya Sabha TV as often as is possible. Excellencies, Namrata Kumar ji, Ugo Astuto, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. A very dynamic founder president, Chancellor sir, and Vice Chancellor ma'am, Director Professor Nirupama Prakash, Dr. Sheetal Sharma ji from JNU, Dr. Shruti Singh, scholars from India and abroad, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome each one of you to Amity Institute of Social Sciences for the webinar on emerging socio-cultural and political issues in India and Europe. You've heard the theme, you've heard about the various dimensions that are likely to be discussed by all the participants. I just wish to add, because long years ago, my PhD was on European security and implications for India. I was looking at the Helsinki Agreements of 1975, what was popularly called the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, and its implications for India. What the Europeans have done after 500 years of very frequent and violent conflicts is to settle down to peaceful negotiations, and it took them almost 30 years after Second World War to think in terms of how to go about maintaining peace and stability, because they have realized after a great deal of conflict and dissent that unless until peace is allowed to prevail, they will not be in a position to take up any developmental activities, and all the development will go up in flames every time they enter into a conflictual relationship. Now, with that hard-earned lesson in 1975, they've set aside ideology of the East Bloc and the West Bloc, and then came upon the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. Those of you who love peace will understand that the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe that is institutionalized today is an aspect of that CSCE of 75. And today, the Europeans are going through one of the worst phases of their crisis because of the pandemic. And yet you will see a resilient Europe recovering and coming back. If anything has to be learned from the European experiences, it is how a reconstruction was done after the damages of the Second World War. And similarly, the manner in which the Europeans are building themselves up after the pandemic, and the manner in which their institutional interventions and their socio-cultural aspects are coming forth to save the continent. Because there are different debates about Europe being on the wane and the decline. There is yet another hopeful aspiration that is expressed in academic circles and even in political circles, where it is said that Europeans cannot be downsized or neglected or relegated into the dustbin of history, because it's a resilient complex of countries. And they have tried experimenting with European integration. They have had to face the challenges of Brexit, but then you will see Europe coming back and bouncing back in future. And one of the contributory factors for stability and peace on the continent has been the rise of middle classes. And this rise of middle classes is what every other country faced with the challenge of conflict has to understand. If there is a sizable chunk of middle class in a society, that middle class will insist on prevalence of peace and end of conflictual relations. So this is where India and Europe can find common ground and commonalities, and all said and done, European technologies and the advancements have a great say in contributing to world's development. With these few words, I welcome all the dignitaries and I welcome all the participants from Indian and foreign universities to contribute immensely in the forthcoming deliberations. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Namaskar, ma'am. Thank you so much for your enlightening words. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, to speak a few words to us. Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla is a PhD scholar from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry and academia. She's a professor of entrepreneurship, leadership, and IT, and is the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. She has been one of the key team members, spearheading, and has been instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group engaged in the endeavor of higher education. She has developed a unique model, also known as the accelerator model, for promoting and ensuring an incubator experience and IT-enabled strategic operational excellence model for HEIs. Dr. Shukla is the recipient of numerous prestigious awards and honors for her extraordinary contribution in the field of education, research, social engagement, and entrepreneurial development. She is a strategist, an institutional builder, an inspirational leader, and a quality networker. She has been on the advisory board as well as has been an independent director on a board of various companies, NII, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and various NGOs. Ma'am, it is an absolute honor to have you amongst us. The screen is all yours.
Very good morning to one and all.
At the time ma'am takes care of the technical issue, I just want to bring one observation. There are very rare panels in which the number of women overnumber the number of men, and this seems to be one of them. So hats off to the women empowerment here. And I'm so happy to see many women panelists and speakers here. Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope Balwinder ma'am is there on the...
Good morning, our honorable guest of honor, Honorable Shri Harivanshji, the Deputy Chairman Rajya Sabha, our special speaker guest of honor, Honorable His Excellency, Her Excellency Namrata Kumarji, Indian Ambassador to Slovenia, our keynote speaker, His Excellency Hugo Astuto, Ambassador of the European Union to India, my colleague, Dr. Nirupama Prakash, and also our conference chair, Dr. Sheetal Sharma, our Dean, Professor Dr. Yoga Josna, all the faculty members, and all the participants from various organizations. First of all, I, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and on my personal behalf, I extend very warm welcome to all present here for this very important conference on the theme international conference, which is being organized jointly with JNU, Jean Monnet Module Center of European Studies, School of International Studies, JNU, on the theme emerging social, cultural, and political issues in India and Europe. And I think it's a very timely conference. There are many aspects are there which need to be discussed, deliberated. As Dr. Nirupama Prakash was sharing that the objective of the conference is to develop an understanding of the dynamics of social change and development taking place in European and Indian society. And we all know that both India and Europe are taking firm strides towards cooperation and development, especially in the post, especially in the COVID times. In this context, the conference aimed to develop on working new path for structuring and building new vision and ideas for strong partnership between the European countries and India. This conference, I'm very confident, will deliver new understanding of various issues ranging from the society, culture, politics, and environment. It will also look into these issues from a different prism in the COVID times. The conference will highlight the social, culture, and economic changes that are taking place in the European countries and the Indian society, especially due to the COVID pandemic. I think that what organizers are trying to focus on is the maybe the issues of migration and the refugees, religion and culture, how it is very much impacting the fabric of the nation, and how would also that, especially in the Europe, when people are migrating from the different countries. So therefore, the challenge for those European countries are the of integrating those refugees, and what are the going to be the changing social roles and the norms, one side, but at the same time, we are seeing the globally the environment and the climate is also changing, and how you are how the nations are looking at the and negotiating on the climate change, and how uh, the UN Sustainable Development Goals are being attained. So, what the progress of the various Sustainable Development Goals? Because where the social and accordingly the how the countries are uh, developing their social policies and the gender equality policies, or the developing the various institutions also to cater to the social or the gender needs, and accordingly how the economic reforms and policies are also being reworked to cater to the also the cultural diversity at the workplace, and especially in the when we talk about the European context, it has implication across the globe. So Brexit and its implications, especially when we because so this is going to be very interesting conference, and I'm sure the team who have planned and structured this conference will will surely will bring out the maybe the working paper on this, and will be the and the future research in this area. So I would like to congratulate team of Dr. Sheetal Sharma and the team from Amity Institute of Social Sciences, and look forward for the outcome of this conference and the future collaborative research. And I would like to especially welcome and thank our guest of honor, Honorable Shri Harivanshji, Deputy Chairman Rajya Sabha. Sir, your presence will surely inspire and motivate all the participants here. And I would also like to extend warm welcome to our guest of honor, Honorable Her Excellency Namrata Kumarji, Indian Ambassador to Sri Lanka. We look forward to hearing your words of wisdom and your vast experience, and also that we look forward to the address by Ambassador of European Union to India, His Excellency Hugo Astuto. I'm sure that your address is going to give a very elaborate perspective on the theme in context with the European Union as well as India. So we look forward to hearing, and once again thank our guest of honor, keynote speaker on this for the inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. For the dignitaries and all the participants and delegates, I would like to add here that Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam has a real passion for issues of societal concern, which of course takes care of all the variables of culture or politics or governance or the communities and so on. So this is something where we get a lot of insight from Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, because she really gets that implemented through our courses, through our extension activities. So thank you so much, ma'am. I know you're so very busy, but thank you for your valuable time. Over to you, Ashish.
Thank you indeed, ma'am, for gracing us with your precious words. And now I find it my honor, and indeed it is my privilege, to be inviting the guest of honor, Shri Honorable Shri Harivansh Ji, Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, to deliver the special address. Shri Harivansh Narayan Singh is an Indian journalist and politician who is the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the Indian Parliament. He is a member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha representing Bihar. He did his graduate and postgraduate in economics from the prestigious Banaras Hindu University and also holds a diploma in journalism. He has worked in several different media publications throughout his career, starting with the Times of India. He has served as an additional media advisor to the former Prime Minister, Shri Chandrasekhar Ji. He joined the then obscure and nearly dead the Hindi publication Prabhat Khabar in 1989. But through his grit and determination, he scaled it to become one of the top newspapers in India in terms of circulation. The newspaper was known for investigating many high-profile case stories like the Ford scam. In 2014, the Janata Dal United nominated Singh to the Rajya Sabha from the state of Bihar for a 6-year term. On 8th August 2018, he was elected as the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha for a 6-year term as the candidate of the National Democratic Alliance, winning the election by 125 votes to 105 against the opposition candidate. He is the third person ever and first in 40 years to hold this post who is not from the Indian National Congress. He was re-elected as Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha on 14 September 2020 after he returned to the Rajya Sabha for his second term from Bihar. It is indeed our privilege and honor to have you with us, sir. The screen is all yours.
Thanks. Good morning to dignitaries, VC Madam, or Ambassador Namrata Kumar Ji, reputed scholars participating in this seminar, students, delegates, and all participants. I would like to begin with expressing my gratitude to organizers for giving me this opportunity to interact with the academic fraternity through today's conference. इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से इंडिया और यूरोप के विभिन्न सोशल, पॉलिटिकल, कल्चरल, इकोनॉमिक, इन्वायरमेंटल एवं स्ट्रेटेजिक इश्यू पर डिस्कशन होगा. I am told that the aim of this conference is to understand the dynamics of changes and developments taking place on these issues in India and Europe, with a view to developing new vision and ideas for charting a new path of a strong and lasting relationship between the two. We are meeting in the backdrop of the COVID pandemic, which has thrown different challenges before us. It has also called for restructuring of relations between the nations. It's true about India and Europe also. जहां तक इंडिया और यूरोप का प्रश्न है, दोनों के बीच संबंध बायलैटरल एंड मल्टीलैटरल दोनों स्तर पर है. India's relations with European Union as a group and India's relations with the member states individually. इन संबंधों में खास बात अभी तक रही है कि ईयू के अंदर इंडिया का रिलेशन यूके, फ्रांस, जर्मनी आदि देशों से बायलैटरल स्तर पर ज्यादा रहा है. ईयू और इंडिया दोनों में काफी कुछ कॉमन है, अतः दोनों को आपस में एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करना चाहिए. एंड आई एम श्योर दोनों के बीच एक स्ट्रॉन्ग रिलेशनशिप इनेबल बोथ टू प्ले द रोल ऑफ ग्लोबल डिसीजन मेकर्स इन द टाइम्स टू कम. Developing a strong relationship between the two therefore cannot be delayed any further. It's the demand of the time, particularly in post-pandemic situation. जैसा हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने जुलाई 2020 में 15th इंडिया ईयू समिट में इंडिया एंड ईयू के संबंधों को गहरा बनाने की प्रतिबद्धता दोहराई थी, इसके लिए दीर्घकालीन पर्सपेक्टिव अपनाने की बात कही थी. इसके लिए उन्होंने एक एक्शन ओरिएंटेड प्रोग्राम बनाने की बात कही, जिसे एक समयबद्ध तरीके से लागू किया जाए. भारत और ईयू दोनों ही डेमोक्रेसी, फ्रीडम, प्लूरलिज्म, इंक्लूसिविटी, रेस्पेक्ट फॉर इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, ट्रांसपेरेंसी जैसे यूनिवर्सल वैल्यूज शेयर करते हैं. ऐसे में दोनों नेचुरल पार्टनर्स हैं और दोनों की पार्टनरशिप वैश्विक शांति एवं स्थिरता के लिए बहुत जरूरी है. कोविड-19 के बाद आर्थिक क्षेत्र में नई चुनौतियां हैं. हमारे नागरिक सेहत और समृद्धि दोनों चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए हमारे जैसे डेमोक्रेटिक देशों के बीच आर्थिक सहयोग बहुत जरूरी है। पोस्ट कोविड संदर्भ में इंडिया ईयू पार्टनरशिप की वैश्विक आर्थिक पुनर्निर्माण में एक ग्लोबलाइजेशन ह्यूमैनिटेरियन फेस के साथ हो, इसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रोल होगा। इसके अलावा क्लाइमेट चेंज जैसे लॉन्ग टर्म चैलेंजेस हमारी प्रायोरिटी हैं। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का उपयोग बढ़ाने में यूरोप से इन्वेस्टमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर भारत को काफी मदद कर सकता है। इन ए वर्चुअल मीटिंग with EU leaders held on 8th May 2021, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji explained the need for a stronger relationship of India, not just with EU, but with all its member states. He described the India-EU strategic partnership as force multiplier for global goods in 21st century. Our Honorable Prime Minister was a special invitee to the EU Leaders Summit, the second world leader to have been given this honor after Honorable US President Sri John Biden. खुशी की बात है कि इस मीटिंग में भारत और यूएई के बीच एक बैलेंस्ड, एम्बिशियस और कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट की बातचीत को आगे बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनी, जो काफी दिनों से रुक सी गई थी। इसके अलावा एक स्टैंड एलोन इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रोटेक्शन पैक्ट के लिए निगोशिएशन शुरू करने पर भी सहमति बनी। इसके साथ कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में पीएम ने इंडियन ईयू हाई लेवल डिजिटल फोरम, जो कि साल के अंत में होना है, भाग लेने के लिए ईयू के मेंबर स्टेट्स को इनवाइट किया। एजुकेशन और रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में भारत और ईयू के बीच संबंधों को और व्यापक और मजबूत बनाने की आवश्यकता है। इसके लिए स्टडी और स्कॉलरशिप की अवेलेबिलिटी इन इंडिया एंड ईयू के बारे में अधिक जानकारी का प्रचार और प्रसार की आवश्यकता है। Needless to say, India is a very talented pool of manpower in the emerging areas of cyber and digital technologies, data analysis, etc. And Europe has the top-class scientific and research institutions and infrastructure. Mutual cooperation between EU and India can play a leading role in the times to come. इस प्रकार दोनों के बीच कल्चरल और क्रिएटिव सेक्टर्स में भी रिसर्च एवं इनोवेशन को प्रमोट करने के लिए अधिक एक्टिविटीज एवं इनिशिएटिव को बढ़ावा देने की जरूरत है। इंडिया और यूएई रिलेशंस में कई उतार चढ़ाव देखे, but during the last few years, due to changes in geopolitical scenario, India's relevance for EU has increased. ऐसे में हमें आपसी डायलॉग को बढ़ाना है, ट्रेड पॉलिसीज को रीअलाइन करना है एवं पोस्ट कोविड टाइम में इंडिया और यूएई को अपनी म्यूचुअल इंटरेस्ट के को देखते हुए एग्जिस्टिंग इकोनॉमिक टाइज को रोबस्ट स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में बदलने की जरूरत है। इसके साथ ही मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को पुनः मुझे मौका देने, आपके बीच होने, आपके स्कॉलर्स को सुनने का अवसर देने के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं और कामना करता हूं कि बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल डेलिब्रेशन आपका होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Dhanyavad, sir. I would like to thank you for keeping within us alive a vision of a post-COVID world where all of us will be back to having situations and relations and growing in our future. Now, it is my absolute honor to invite Her Excellency Namrata Kumar, the Indian ambassador to Slovenia, to deliver a special agenda. Her Excellency Namrata Kumar is a career diplomat working for the government of India. She is the ambassador of India to the Republic of Slovenia with a demonstrated history of offering smart and soft power solutions working in the diplomatic relations industry. She is skilled in public and cultural diplomacy, international relations, administration, management, rural development, human resource development, and community engagement. She holds a master's degree in science, specializing in cultural anthropology from Delhi University. Ma'am, it's my absolute honor to ask you to give us a few words.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me and making me part of this such an interesting webinar. Distinguished co-speakers, the Vice Chancellor, the Chancellor, and all the dear students participating from not just Delhi, but all parts of India and probably from other parts of the world also. It's my utmost pleasure to be on this platform today. Because the topic is largely taking care of social and cultural developments which are going on currently in Europe and India, I thought more than being touching just the political developments, let me touch what's happening on the social cultural fronts in these two parts of the world, and how are they affecting our political or strategic relations. I would like to therefore just speak specifically on the demographics and what is how is it affecting the relations within Europe and between India and Europe. So the latest development, especially the COVID-19 pandemic since last 1 year and now, which is still continuing, has really changed the scenario completely and has put a lot of pressure, not just within Europe, but all over the world. The outbreak of pandemic changed Europe and the world within just a blink of an eye. Our tested healthcare and welfare systems, as well as economic and social resilience, were immensely challenged. And they are going to leave, long-lasting impressions and challenges on the entire society, even if we manage to, control the virus. Uh, when it comes to Europe, it has particularly struck Europe in a time when it was already going through a period of profound transformation through climate, societal, and demographic changes. Demographic change, when we talk about it, it concerns entire culture, and that was affecting Europe for quite some time. But as one of the distinguished speakers said, it is also a case of how Europe is collectively emerging out of these challenges, and that's something really to see how we can emulate in other parts of the world. Ranging from anti-migrant movements to Europe to pro-independence movements in Scotland, Catalonia, repeated incidents like terrorist attacks and nationalist movements, and very recently Brexit. All these have posed lots of challenges on the internal demographics of Europe. Uh, this, however, brings us to a question of what constitutes Europe, and why are these processes taking place for quite some time within Europe. So when we try and think about this question, I feel if you dig into the literature, unfortunately, what constitutes European culture and what is European identity, we don't have much literature or research available on that. And that precisely is also one of the reasons which is bothering Europe in totality. So when we try and answer this question, what constitutes Europe, mind you, it is not just EU 27. It's about, continentally speaking, 51 countries. Many of them also are part of Central Asia, Asia and Europe both, and they have their own priorities when it comes to defining their identities. But of course, EU 27 has been a very important process in defining so-called identity of this whole continent, a process which began because of the need of economic unification. Now it is leading to uh, political unification, territorial unification, and also in the process trying to define European identity. Probably this whole process of defining identity may also lead to some kinds of, addressing the issues, the disturbances which are going on. Coming to the main point of demographics, there are the primary drivers at the moment that are affecting Europe are mostly related to their aging population, the longer life expectancy, fewer births, smaller households, more mobile Europe. And this all this leading to changing of the entire demographic graph or map of Europe. This in turn poses other problems, uh, and which each and every European country is going through at the moment, which are directly related to the social and market economy, which have serious impacts. For example, especially in the pandemic times, when the economies have come to standstill for some time, social distancing is posing additional psychological, socio-psychological challenges on the community. Cities and urban areas are becoming more crowded, and the healthcare infrastructure is completely challenged. Uh, People work and their skills, employment, uh, labor market, education, pressure on education sector, uh, questions of how to address long-term healthcare of the aging population, and then in order to deal with these, so the impact on the public budgets, how do we provide those for, especially where the younger population is shrinking, not much contribution is going to the public budgets. At the same time, you have to spend a lot on the aging population. Then to add to this regional and local dimensions, quality of life, infrastructure, etc. These are very, very current socio-cultural, psychological processes that Europe is going through at the moment. And to add to that are the twin challenges of questions of climate change, questions of equity in climate economy, and digitalization, challenges posed by digitalizations. Uh, and then lastly, coming to the geopolitics of demographics. Uh, uh, Population, people of any country are their strength. And of course, the educated, skilled population is the added strength. So while in Europe, there is immense wealth of skill and expertise, the problem that they are facing these days is the aging population and shrinking population, which puts them on a little bit, I wouldn't say weaker, but a little bit challenging situation when it comes to negotiating. But then, considering all these current real challenges, how Europe is coming out of it, they have of course have a very foresighted approach. EU27 together are working on the vision documents. They have uh, chalked out priorities for how to address the aging populations and their concerns, and how to leverage their strengths with regard to technology and climate change when it comes to their relations with other countries. Coming to India and Europe, I think we can consider what they are at the moment, uh, strategizing with respect to Africa. Because on one hand, Europe's population is aging, but Africa would be one continent which will be having the youngest population for the longest time, say till 2070. So they are trying to work how these two complementarities could be worked out. Now, India is also in a similar situation. We have a younger population. Of course, there is a cycle, and every continent ages after a few decades. But here we have lessons to learn from how Europe is dealing with the aging population, how they are partnering with Africa, where there is going to be the youngest population for a longer time. And here we have India, which also has a younger population at the moment, which will age eventually. But then how can we match with Europe when it comes to, partner with European strengths and Indian strengths? Like Honorable Rajya Sabha member just mentioned, we recently had a very, very successful India-EU summit with all the 27 EU members, which was a monumental meeting, summit level meeting. Very, very important outcomes came out of this meeting. Most importantly, the free trade agreement. Uh, Agreement on resuming the negotiations on free trade agreement. That was very important, which will of course lead to some, some uh, meaningful outcome. FTAs are not easy to negotiate; they take time. But the very fact that or we got the consensus from all the most of the EU countries was very important. Uh, Adding to how can we partner with the complementarities, there are few areas, few more points I just want to list out quickly where we can partner, and that is between the young populations, the youth exchange, more and more educational exchange, joint collaborations on the science and technological projects, because there is immense wealth of advanced level of scientific research here in Europe, which can really benefit us a lot. Which ranges all sectors from agriculture, animal husbandry, transport, aviation, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, etc. So that is something really we should tap on. Uh, the strengths of two not continent, India and EU, that we have a firm belief in the democratic institutions and rule-based functioning is something that binds us together a lot. And lastly, I just want to end with the fact that our relationship with in EU, which has been historically uh, strong and very cordial, has been proven by a very important development, a very recent development, is that the vaccine Maitri and the reciprocal vaccine Maitri. Till February, March, India was distributing vaccines to the whole world. The Indian variant gripped us very badly, but what we gave to the whole world, including many countries in Europe, came back in an immense goodwill, and Europe provided a lot of assistance to us in terms of all kinds of medical help that it could provide to deal with the second pandemic. So there is a huge goodwill with EU, both non-EU and EU countries, and I think with the recent summit level meeting, we have set up a new platform to take on our existing cordial relationship at all levels ahead. I think that's a very promising thing. Just focusing on complementarities, I think we can do great. Of course, India has also several strengths to offer. I just quoted that we did it in terms of vaccine Maitri. There are many to list, but I will not take much time. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Pleasure, ma'am. Thank you for this enlightening address. We really learned a lot. Thank you for sharing all the insights. Yes, Ashish, please go ahead.
Thank you indeed, ma'am. Thank you so much. And like you said, yes, India is going through a demographic dividend, and this dividend is in the form of the young population that we have. So let's hope that we can take advantage of this young population, because the global north, countries like Japan, the Scandinavian countries, countries of the European Union are aging, and we can take examples of how to deal with it in the future. Next, it is my privilege to request His Excellency Ugo Astuto, Ambassador of the European Union to India, to deliver the keynote address. His Excellency Ugo Astuto had earlier worked in the embassy in Delhi from 2008 to 2012 as the deputy head of mission, and has years of experience as an Italian diplomat. He worked in the embassies of Nairobi, London, and under different capacities in the European Union. From February 2013 to July 2016, he was seconded to the European External Action Service in Brussels, first as Director for South and Southeast Asia, and then as Deputy Managing Director for Asia and the Pacific. From July 2016 to September 2019, he was the Principal Director for Asia in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Rome. It is a pleasure having you with us, sir. The screen is all yours.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries on the dais, professors, dear students. It's a great pleasure to be with you all today. My contribution to the discussion today is going to focus on the outcomes of the EU-India summit. Several speakers already alluded to it. It's a meeting which is taking place on the 8th of May. The 27 leaders of the European Union, together with Prime Minister Modi, connecting on remote due to the COVID situation. Well, as previous speakers said, the meeting was extremely successful, a very positive meeting, both in terms of political atmosphere, engagement, and in terms of concrete deliverables. It has been described as a turning point in the relationship between the European Union and India, an historic meeting, and I think these are fair assessments. The meeting has taken place against the background of COVID, and a strong message of solidarity has emerged from this meeting, from the leaders' meeting. A renewed commitment from the European Union member states, from the 27, to support India in this moment of difficulty, recognizing also India's support in the past few months to the rest of the world and Europe. So a spirit of global solidarity, which in the EU views as well as in India's views must underpin the reaction of the international community to this global epidemic. And as you may know, in the past couple of weeks, we had a massive response from European member states delivering support to India, particularly oxygen-related equipment and antiviral medicines. A support which is estimated at around 100 million euro. I think that's graphic evidence of the closeness of the European Union and India at this moment of need. When it comes to the actual deliverables which have emerged from the meeting, I would start by mentioning the decision to resume negotiations on an ambitious, comprehensive, and mutually beneficial free trade agreement, as well as to start negotiation on a standalone investment protection agreement and on an agreement on geographical indication. Well, this is an important decision. Previous speakers mentioned it. If you look at the current trade relations between the European Union and India, the European Union is already one of the major trade partners of India and a major investor. But then if you consider the magnitude, the size of our respective economies, I think we can agree on the fact that we can do more. So the decision to resume negotiation of these agreements is to be seen in this spirit. We want to unleash the full potential of our economic relations. At the leaders' meeting, the commitment was also taken to address market access issues, which is obviously crucial when you want to foster trade relations. And working groups were set up to deal with topical issues such as resilient supply chains, regulatory cooperation, and WTO reform. So basically, we want to work together with Indian international fora, such as the World Trade Organization,
or the G20 to shape together the global agenda, particularly now when the international community is facing the need to address the fallout of the global pandemic. Another interesting deliverable which has emerged from the leaders' meeting is the connectivity partnership. We had the European Union has already adopted one connectivity partnership with a major partner, which is Japan. So this is the second one, again underscoring the new projection of the European Union in the region and the importance of the strategic partnership with India. So this document establishes very clear principles, such as transparency, inclusiveness, and sustainability. Principles that need to be followed when implementing connectivity projects. When I talk about sustainability, I'm talking about environmental sustainability, but also fiscal sustainability and social sustainability. So the European Union and India, as two of the largest spaces of democracies in the world, do share the same values. And we want these values as democratic societies also reflected in the implementation of connectivity in the region and beyond. In this document, we also identified some dimensions where cooperation between the European Union and India and connectivity can further develop. Some are pretty traditional, such as transport and energy, but digital connectivity is also highlighted. The new horizons opened by the digital transition and people-to-people contacts. And this obviously is of particular relevance for you, I mean, for young students. We definitely see the relationship between the European Union and India, not just based on government-to-government relation, but it must also come from the bottom up in people-to-people connections. The day before the leaders' meeting, the European Investment Bank signed a few loans agreements for sustainable infrastructure development, including, for instance, the Pune metro system. I'm mentioning this because I believe that the European Investment Bank, which is already playing a rather significant role in the development of sustainable mobility in India, can be a very useful tool in the development of the connectivity partnership between the European Union and India in the years to come. At the leaders' meeting, India also welcomed the renewed EU political focus on the Indo-Pacific. This has to be seen in the context of the connectivity partnership, but also against the background of our broad bilateral economic agenda and in our drive to strengthen cooperation on foreign and security policy. Well, in a nutshell, the European Union regards itself as a major stakeholder in the Indo-Pacific region. We are a major trading partner. We are a major investor in the region, and we are ready to contribute also to its prosperity and stability, fostering a rules-based system of international governance and respect for international law, including the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And these are principles and values that bring together, again, the European Union and India, and that we want to see implemented in the Indo-Pacific region. At the leaders' meeting, the European Union and India have also referred to cooperation on climate, on the greening of our economic models as potentially the most important dimension of our relationship. That's indeed very significant as we need together to brace up for COP26 in Glasgow on climate change and COP15 in Kunming for biodiversity. Basically, the European Union and India start from the same assumption that it's essential that the international community comes together to address the climate challenges and to implement in full the commitments taken in Paris in 2015. So it's important that we work together. We have created a number of cooperative platforms to do so towards a greening of our respective economic models. As you may know, the European Union has launched what we call the Green Deal, which is basically a change of paradigm when it comes to economic growth. We want to decouple the unsustainable use of resources from growth. We want to achieve growth through a sustainable approach, through the protection of the environment. And India has also been leading in, for instance, when it comes to investment in renewables and solar power. The European Union and India can also cooperate. We've seen some of the flagship initiatives launched by India. Let me mention here the International Solar Alliance, which was launched by India in 2015 together with an EU member state, France, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Another important dimension of the EU-India cooperation is the digital dimension, the digital transition. I already mentioned it within the framework of the connectivity partnership. But it's obviously, it's a very broad dimension potentially of our cooperation. At the leaders meeting, we agreed to cooperate on high performance computing, for instance, which is relevant in several aspects of our life, including the fight against COVID or identifying the risk posed by extreme weather events. We have set up a joint working group on artificial intelligence, and we want to organize a high-level forum, digital forum, on transition, on the digital transition, bringing together startups from both sides, from India and the European Union. Well, as democracies and open societies, we are within the same framework because we want to foster innovation. We want a competitive environment for companies, but we also want to protect individual rights and freedoms. This is particularly relevant, for instance, when it comes to topics such as data protection. The European Union has adopted a framework for data protection called GDPR a couple of years ago, which was the first of its kind in the world. And India is now working in Parliament. You have a bill to be discussed concerning an overall framework for data protection. So I think that's another topic where the EU and India can have productive discussion, which hopefully will achieve convergence also in regulatory aspects. And another issue of relevance for both India and the EU in the framework of digital transition is the rollout of 5G networks. Well, we need obviously to ensure that networks are secure and safe. In terms of foreign and security policy, besides the strong intention to work together more on issues such as maritime security, let me refer here to a joint statement on Afghanistan, which was agreed and released by Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar and the High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy, Borrell, in the margins of the G7 meeting a few days before the meeting in Porto. I think it's relevant because obviously Afghanistan is an extremely important issue for both India and the European Union. We want Afghanistan to preserve the gains of the past 20 years in terms of human rights, in terms of women's and girls' rights. And it's also because this joint statement, I think, can set an example of strengthened cooperation on foreign policy between the European Union and India, which can be replicated in the future. So I think I will conclude now by recalling again that the meeting was held in an extremely positive and forward-looking atmosphere. Let me also quote here what the Prime Minister said, what Prime Minister Modi said, and the Deputy Chair also referred to that the European Union and India, with their strategic partnership, can be a force multiplier for global good in the 21st century.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Shruti Singh, the conference convener, who currently is an associate professor at Amity Institute of Social Sciences, to release the conference proceedings and deliver the concluding remarks and the vote of
Thank you, Sanjana. I will now share the screen of the conference proceedings. I would like to take this opportunity to release the conference proceedings in ebook format. I shall now share the first few pages of this book. Due to the overwhelming response from researchers, we have 39 research papers published in this book, which is of 350 pages. And this book is titled Emerging Socio-Cultural and Political Issues, India and Europe, which is organized by Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, in collaboration with Erasmus Plus John Monnet Module, Center for European Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. As we know, this international conference on emerging socio-cultural and political issues, India and Europe, the main aim of the conference is to develop an understanding of the dynamics of social change and development that is taking place in European and Indian society. Both India and Europe are taking firm strides towards cooperation and development, especially in the post-pandemic era. In this context, the conference aims in developing on working new path for structuring and building new vision and ideas for strong partnership between the two. So the main objective of the conference is to deliver new understanding of various issues ranging from society, culture, politics, and environment. It shall look into these issues from different prisms in the post-pandemic era. So this book basically revolves on the theme of the conference, that is to develop an understanding of the dynamics of social change and development that is taking place in European and Indian society. Both India and Europe are taking firm strides towards cooperation and development, especially in the post-pandemic era. In this context, there is this urgency, and therefore the conference aims in developing on working new path for structuring and building new vision and ideas for strong partnership between the two. So the main objective of the conference is to deliver new understanding of various issues ranging from society, culture, politics, and environment. It shall look into these issues from a different prism in the post-pandemic era, and this book highlights the socio-cultural and economic changes that is taking place in European and Indian society. The following chapters in this book deliberate upon many issues pertaining to the topic of the conference and in relationship between Europe and the developing world in these broad areas. These are the three broad areas of the conference. In the following technical sessions that is going to be followed up after the inaugural session, culture and society in modern Europe, where issues like issue of migration and refugees, religion and culture, challenges in integration, changing social norms, roles and norms will be discussed and deliberated in this technical session. In the other technical session, it will be there will be deliberations on environment, climate change and developing, focusing on climate change negotiations, sustainable development goals and progress, social policies and development, gender equality in development. And the other technical session will be delving on social issues, institutions and policies, where deliberations will be on economic reforms and policies, cultural diversity at workplace, and Brexit and its implications. The organizing committee of this conference, our patron-in-chief, Honorable Shri Founder President Sir, Honorable Chancellor Sir, our co-patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, our chairperson, Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, and Dr. Sheetal Sharma, convener being myself, and our co-conveners are Dr. Rakesh Rai, Dr. Sanjana Sharma, and Dr. Mayank Tomar. We also have received the message from our Vice Chancellor with the blessings for this e-proceedings book. And we have received the message from our HOI also with respect to the e-conference proceedings. Thank you. Now I shall start with the, I shall give the vote of thanks. Thank you, Sanjana, of the forum, respected Shri Harivanshji, Honorable Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, His Excellency Ugo Astuto, the European Union Ambassador to India, Her Excellency Ms. Namrata, the Indian Ambassador to Slovenia, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Honorable Dean, Professor P. Yoga Jyotsna Ma'am, Honorable Chairs of the conference, Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash and Dr. Sheetal Sharma. Our valued and esteemed guests, faculty colleagues and students present in this virtual session. It's my privilege to be present here and deliver the vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of Amity Institute of Social Sciences and John Monnet Module, Center for European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, extend my deepest gratitude and thanks to each one of you today for gathering here and sharing your ideas and opinions to all of us. We are indeed grateful for that. I hope that this two-day international conference, which is divided into 4 technical sessions with approximately 50 research papers, and that will be presented and divided across these 3 sessions, and where we have close to 300 registered participants for the conference, will help benefit each one of us who are presenting the papers, as well as the participants will benefit them. And we hope that these sessions will benefit all the participants and broaden our knowledge on the emerging socio-cultural and political issues in India and Europe. With this, once again, I thank you all for joining in the inaugural program of this two-day conference. Thank you so much, each one of you. So we'll start with the technical session. After a gap at 1 p.m. we will start with the technical session. So once again, thank you, each one of you, for being here and giving up your precious time and being here, joining us, and providing us with all your knowledge. Thank you so much once again.
Yeah, I will join Dr. Singh in thanking all the dignitaries and Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam and our dignitaries for joining and giving such important insights that has really kicked the ball rolling for the conference. And thank you, Dr. Sheetal, and very grateful. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
best of luck, congratulations, and best of luck for the technical sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We hope to see you in the coming sessions in the next 2 days. Thank you very much once again.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody. My name is Mohini and I am an undergraduate sociology student at Amity University. In these troublesome times, I feel extremely privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, and John Monnet Module, Center for European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to the first technical session titled Culture and Society in Modern Europe. Dean William R. Inge once said, "The aim of education is the knowledge, not of fact, but of values." It is on occasions like these that we get the opportunity to gain knowledge and insight from our fellow colleagues and researchers in the field of social sciences. On this note, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our chair of this session, Professor Dr. Biswajit Das. Professor Dr. Biswajit Das is the founding director of Center for Culture, Media and Governance, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. He was previously associate professor at the Department of Sociology in Jamia Millia Islamia. With almost 3 decades of teaching and research experiences in the field of theory, method, and history of communication in India, Professor Biswajit Das has been a visiting professor at York University, Toronto, and fellow at the University of Windsor, Canada, East-West Center, Hawaii, MSH Paris, and the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. Besides his teaching and research career, he has been involved with various civil society initiatives in the country, in media advocacy programs, and development communication projects. His research has been supported by the Indo-French Scholarship, the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, the Charles Wallace India Trust, the Ford Foundation, UNESCO, UNDP, IDRC, University Grants Commission, and ICSSR. We are very happy to have you, sir. And now I would like to request Professor Dr. Biswajit Das to enlighten us with his kind words. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for such a generous comments. And also, it's indeed a great pleasure to be here. And I must congratulate both the partners from Amity as well as JNU, Professor Sheetal as well as Professor Shruti Singh for organizing such a wonderful conference and conclave in terms of the issues which they have sort of tried to address. And I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to the interactions.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would also like to welcome our co-chairs, Dr. Rakesh Rai, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, along with Dr. Jyotika Tekchandani, Assistant Professor at Amity Institute of Social Sciences. Thank you all for taking out time in this direful situation to join us for the conference. Moving on to the most awaited part of this session, which is the presentations. So our first presenter would be Ms. Pushpa Hunshyal. So she is a assistant professor from the Department of Sociology from C.N. Nirani Government First Grade College from Bagalkot, Karnataka. And her topic would be religion and culture. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Good afternoon to all. Namaste. I am Pushpa Hunshal, Assistant Professor of Sociology. Today's my topic is religion and culture. Basically, man is an animal, but the main aspects which differ man from other animals are religion and culture. Because of the religion and culture, man became human. Otherwise, he remained as animal. Religion had been playing very important role in human life since from the beginning of civilizations. A culture is a way of life of a group of people, the behaviors, beliefs, values, and symbols that they accept. Please, next. Okay. In our sociology, there is a very important concept that is cultural diffusion. It describes the spread of one culture's practices, beliefs, and or items like food, music, or tools. This spread can be among members of the same culture or to completely different cultures around the world. Today, the world becomes small place because of many communication facilities. But even when the world has no such facilities, the different parts of the world did know each other through trade and education. The main object of this paper is to know about the meaning of religion, culture, and cultural diffusion, and religion and culture of India and Europe, the impact of Indian religion and culture on Europe, and the impact of European religion and culture on India. 18th century occupied very significant place in the world history. During this period, many important events took place. One such event was discovery of new sea and trade routes. One such sea route to India was discovered by a Portuguese called Vasco da Gama in 1498. As a result, the English, French, Portuguese, and the Dutch came to India for trade. The Europeans settled in India. Thus, the social relationships were developed between Indians and Europeans. This became the main reason for the impact of Indian religion and culture or European religion and culture on India. The impact of Christianity on India means on Hinduism. India, though India, though still considered a country with a small Christian minority, has emerged as a nation with an increasing number of people claiming to be Christian. With more than 2 centuries of modern Christian missionary work, we have seen a breakthrough among at least 300 people groups, primarily among the Dalits and tribal people, but have also seen the reality of India's resistance to the gospel, the stronghold of traditional Hinduism, casteism, Brahmanical supremacy, linguistic complexity, and many other issues presented formidable challenges to Christian mission. Then impact of Hinduism on Western countries. During the British colonial period, the British substantially influenced Indian society, but India also influenced the Western or European world. As early champion of Indian inspired thought in the West was Arthur Scoffener, who in the 1850s advocated ethics based on an Aryan Vedic theme of spiritual self-conquest, as opposed to the ignorant drive towards earthly utopianism of the uh, superficially this worldly Jewish spirit. Helena Blavatsky moves to India in 1879 and her Theosophical Society founded in New York in 1875 evolved into a peculiar mixture of Western occultism and Hindu mysticism over the last years of her life. The sojourn of Vivekananda to the World Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1893 had a lasting effect. Impact of European culture on India. Indian society underwent many changes after the British came to India in food, lifestyle, clothes, art, architecture, social and religious rituals. So many changes took place. In the 19th century, certain social practices like female infanticide, child marriage, sati, polygamy, and a rigid caste system became more prevalent. These practices were against human dignity and values. Women were discriminated against at all stages of their life and were the disadvantaged section of the society. They did they did not have access to any development opportunities to improve their status. Impact of Indian culture on Europe. Sanskrit is one of the official languages of India. It was the root of all Indo-European languages. Many English words derived from Sanskrit. For example, go means cow, matter means mother, etc. The ancient Indian medical science, Ayurveda, influenced ancient Europe. Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Gita have greatly influenced the English and European literature. Many English writers like E.M. Foster were highly influenced by Indian culture. T.S. Eliot, The Westland, is based on Vedas and Upanishads. The works of Rabindranath Tagore, Mulk Raj Anand, Madhusudana Datta, and Premchand, and many other are largely read in European countries. In these days, many European countries realize the benefit of yoga for mental, physical, and spiritual health, and they are practicing yoga in an organized manner. And Indian cuisine enjoys its presence across most of the sample countries, but it is especially popular in United Kingdom. Indian music influence on Europe is pervasive and long-standing. In these days, Indian movies became famous in European countries. Conclusion. After reading this paper, we would become more aware of how British rule affected India more than the impact of India on Europe. This political control also meant a long drawn interaction between two distinct cultures. Some changes were deliberately introduced to strengthen the British political and trading interests, but there were others that occurred as a byproduct of the interaction between the Indian and the Western cultures. A large number of British and Europeans stayed in our country during this period, which also brought cultural transformation. We should also understand that our present life is shaped to a great extent by our immediate past. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So our next presenters are Dr. Swati Bijawat, who is an assistant professor, grade 2 from the Department of Sociology from Amity University, Noida. And then we have Aditi Pandey, who is also a law graduate from Amity Law School, Noida. And their topic would be multiculturalism and cultural diversity at workplace in India and Europe, a socio-cultural and political commentary. Over.
Thank you, Mohini. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all. The topic of our presentation is multiculturalism and cultural diversity at the workplace in India and Europe, a socio-cultural commentary. Me, along with my co-presenter, Dr. Ms. Aditi Pandey, will be presenting the PPTs, starting with the first one, the introduction part. Now, workplace diversity. Now, what is workplace diversity? It is a term which is used for a place of work which consists of employees with different characteristics such as race, gender, caste, sex, nationality, and ethnicity. It is an inclusion of all persons irrespective of their different characteristics. Means the word diverse itself means differences, the differences of values, differences of ideology, the differences of characteristics. And in the modern globally connected society and developing market workplace, diversity has become a necessity rather than merely a way to show their commitment to the society. We need people to work. We need people from different gender. We need people from different nationality. The important aspect that links the diverse people is their knowledge building, the way they work. And workplace diversity works on the principle that strength lies in differences, not in similarity. So our knowledge is our strength. Our experience is our strength. Whether we belong to any arena of the life, any sphere of the life, any nationality, that is the important aspect. If we have knowledge, if we have education, and because of this reason, we are meeting virtually, though we belong to different state, we belong to different nation. And on that basis, we are sharing our knowledge. We are on that common similar platform where we can discuss. We can come up with something very productive. And that is the magic of diversity. Now, through this paper, we have tried to shed light upon cultural diversity at the workplace by taking the Indian as well as the European perspective. Now, I will take the European perspective first, and later on, I will discuss the Indian perspective. Now, cultural diversity as the European perspective. The EU Charter of Fundamental Rights outlaws discrimination and on the basis of 6 grounds: sex, race, religion, disability, age, or sexual orientation. In addition, each member state has translated various EU directives on workplace diversity into their own national legislation. Now, the legislative framework covering the workplace diversity includes certain important points. At an international level, Article 27 of the UN Convention on the Right of Those with Disabilities and affirms their right to work and employment. The EU Charter, in addition to these 6 grounds, further states that each member has translated various EU directions on workplace diversity into their own national legislation. In Britain, specifically, the main legislation on equality, diversity, and inclusion is contained within Equality Act 2010 and Human Rights Act 1, 1998. Many of diversity initiatives implemented are employee-driven. There is a growth sense of the need for a change, and it is the employee themselves who are advocating for the creation of more inclusive workplace. Now, the contemporary evidence suggests genuinely diverse teams should always win hands down. Now, talking about the Indian perspective, according to the National Sample Survey Organization report from 2012, labor force participation rate for women stands at a dismal 23.3% and for minority 33.8%. Creating an inclusive culture has to focus beyond diversity. Base recruitment and diversity training and include holistic ways to leverage on diversity. It involves replacing the conversation from demographic diversity to finding inclusion diversity, addressing biases both conscious and unconscious that may hinder acceptance and integration. When employees feel included in a true sense, they are able to bring the whole of themselves to the organizations, expressing and giving voice in an unhindered way that enables effective problem solving, creativity, innovation, and enhanced performance in multiple ways. In lieu of that, a recent move by Indian Supreme Court in April 2014 accorded legal recognition for the first time to the transgender people as a third gender by classifying them backward classes, thereby allowing them reservation in education and public employment. It is one step closer to creating a more inclusive environment within the Indian sector. Many organizations today have employee groups, also known as affinity groups, which are essentially established networks to promote a welcoming environment to the individuals belonging to all the spheres of life. From this point, now my co-author will take the lead and will present further. Aditi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I will be continuing with the advantages of workplace diversity. Firstly, it helps to give a different perspective to managerial problems. Secondly, it helps to increase creativity. People with different backgrounds tend to have different experiences and thus different perspectives. Exposure to a variety of different perspectives and views leads to higher creativity. When you put together two people who see the same thing in different ways, you are more likely to get a melting pot of fresh new ideas, thus improving the creativity of your workforce. Thirdly, it helps in higher innovation. According to a research, more inclusive companies are 1.7 times more likely to be innovation leaders in the market. Having a diverse personnel helps in better decision making. There is a direct link between workplace diversity and decision making. Researchers have found that diverse teams made a decision, they outperform the individual decision makers up to 87% of the time. Now I will be talking about the disadvantages. Despite of the fact that there are so many advantages of workplace diversity, there are people who come from different cultures and may not speak the same language as their primary mode of communication, which may hinder the communication between the employees. This even when they talk in the same language, there might be a difference in the jargon. Next, I'll be talking about women, the status of women. Ma'am, can you please change the slide? Thank you. Women have the inherent capacity for coordination, compassion, and leadership skills. Yet, we hardly see any women at the top positions of management. This is because of the deep-rooted patriarchal system of our society. Women till date have to fight for basic human rights like equal pay for equal work. But more and more organizations these days are embracing the importance of women in the workforce, which is a ray of sunshine for all of us. Next, I'll be talking about a case study, that is Accenture India. Accenture India is one of the most inclusive companies in India. It has proved to be of great support to LGBTQIA+ communities, women, people with disabilities, people belonging to different race, nationality, ethnicity. Accenture India's Vahini is a pioneering network working towards women's inclusion in the workforce. This forum offers talented women professionals in India an unparalleled opportunity to learn, share, and empower themselves and others. They are relentlessly marching towards a goal of 50-50 gender-based workforce. Now, I'll be talking about the conclusion. Companies need to lead the way in inclusion by creating workspaces that promote and celebrate racial differences, both in India and Europe. Both the countries are trying to diversify their workplace by enacting several laws and passing bills. Cultural diversity has become a necessity in the modern world. Not only it has proved to be a great advantage for the people working in the organization, but also has helped the society to grow. Workplace diversity is taking this world by storm more than ever. Employers are now prioritizing diversity and inclusion initiatives and investing their resources into making sure that the team is set for success. They are focusing on inclusion is not only the smart thing to do for your business, but it is also the right thing to do for humanity. Thank you everyone for lending us your ears. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Once again, it was a pleasure presenting in front of you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next in line, we have Dr. Priyanka Singh. She's an assistant professor from Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra, Uttar Pradesh, and she would be presenting on the topic Cultural Diversity and Educational Institute, a discussion based on her personal experience as an employee of Dayalbagh University from Agra. Over to
I'm presenting my paper. Good afternoon to all. I'm presenting my paper. Can you hear me? Actually, this is the introduction. Culture has an enormous influence on human being. What we do, how we do, what we have, how we behave, each and every part of an individual is shaped by culture. And everything which we acquired as a member of society called culture. Culture determines our material and spiritual understanding. On the other hand, cultural diversity reflects that we are not the same. We have different art, religions, beliefs, literature, languages, etc. The world is the mixture of cultures where every culture has their own share and receive equal respect. Workplace is that place where we spend our precious time interacting with colleagues, receiving different thoughts and perspectives about diverse culture. Cultural diversity at workplaces maximizes our understanding, expand our thought process, provide opportunity to expand our knowledge about different cultures as well as eliminate biases. Culture is not created, but it develops gradually based on needs and time of human being. Because of the differences of human race, needs, times, and requirements, there is diversity and uniqueness in cultural traits, arts, literature, lifestyles, etc. A wide variety of ethnic groups compose the human world, which each nation has created a rich, unique ethnic This diversity of culture enriches human life and supports human development. American cultural anthropologist Ralph Linton believes that a person who knows nothing about other culture cannot truly understand his or her own culture. Therefore, it is equally and vitally important for each nation to understand both its own culture and other cultures. Human nature is very consistent and persistent and always curious for new. Human development tends towards diversity. On the one hand, diversity enriches human life and respects differences, balancing harmony and differences. On the other hand, the pursuit of pluralism poses many challenges, and such a person may become a threat to the unity of the nation also. Cultural diversity at workplace may create harmony among the members of different cultural backgrounds, as well as smooth exchange of different thoughts and cultural norms. Multicultural scholars maintain that respecting pluralism in unity and establishing unity in pluralism must be the basic principle for developing a pluralistic society. We need to establish a diverse society that is balanced and coordinated. In a diverse society, different cultures and nations will be understood and respected, and each individual will have the opportunity to create his or own development path as long as it does not violate the basic principles of diverse social development. Next. Actually, ये भी उसका continuation है, तो मैं इसको skip करना चाहती हूँ. Please next. Workplace and diverse implication. Increased diversity among teachers and students will not only allow the students greater access to different ideas and experiences, but also gives opportunity to students to be educated in a diverse environment and can develop superior comprehensive abilities and skills. Being a visionary member of society and a strong contributor to nation's development, it is necessary to practice diverse educational methods to meet the different educational needs of contemporary society. As the demand for educational and social changes, education should be increasingly critiqued and should be responding positively towards present scenario and challenges. The students' subjective state should be valued so that students' personality is understood and their learning needs are recognized. Thus, an interactive, holistic teaching approach should be adopted in the classroom. With all these concerns, there is one important aspect is that schools and universities can provide equal educational opportunities for disadvantaged groups and promote students' understanding of ethnic cultures. Next. Indian experience and view of diversity. Actually, India is very large country, Indian culture, therefore is the Indian way of life. Because of population diversity, there is immense variety in Indian culture. The Indian culture is a blend of various cultures belonging to diverse religion, caste, religion, follow their own traditions and cultures. The modern Indian society is diverse in its cultural roots. Traditionally, Indian education heritage is very prosperous with the existence of great Indian scholars of different fields and unique pattern of giving education. The great and glorious Indian educational centers such as Nalanda, Takshashila contributed a lot to Indian education system, which is giving new insight to modern education system, and National Education Policy 2020 followed the same educational heritage where diversity is respected. India is also facing new challenges and needs in the field of education and diversity. Progress in modern education has direct implication on the standard of living reflected by a nation, and this is particularly justified through the rapid development of India in recent times. Today, education in India is seen as one of the key ways to upward social mobility, being utilized as a powerful tool to build a society based on knowledge and progressive temperaments while upholding a tender framework, values, and ethnic interests. Considerable improvements in both quantitative and qualitative terms have created a space for positive outlook towards the society. Next slide, please. Diversity and educational importance. A diverse students' population results in providing a common platform to people of various ethnicities. This inculcates the importance of cultural appropriation and teaches young minds to view people on the basis of their nature, not race. A diverse organization is one that values the differences in people through recognizing individuals with diverse backgrounds and upbringings, which enable them to come forth with fresh perspectives. Teachers should encourage students to value diversity and cultural sensitivity amongst their students as one learns to respect human life in its truest form through inculcation of cultural diversity while accommodating themselves with novel and different customs of the world. Participation can be promoted by encouraging students to respond to questions within their ideologies or personal experiences, and it can bring a different picture of that concept, which not only break your preconceived thoughts, but also provide you a new horizon of thoughts. Kothari Commission says about India's education system and pattern that education was intended to increase productivity, develop social and national unity, consolidate democracy, modernize the country, and develop social, moral, and spiritual values. Next. General thoughts and diversity. Sometimes diversity at workplace does not respect it in its true sense. Rather, it becomes the reason for conflict and distrust at workplace. To ensure smooth functioning of universities, colleges, and schools with all its diversity, a broad and healthy mind should be there. Stereotypes and prejudices create destructive communication and should be removed by creating more chance to communicate with their colleagues. Unfortunately, some people may only see different races, genders, or sexual orientations as a negative rather than a positive. This can and should not be tolerated in the workplace. Differences should be respected and should make it enjoyable. By putting an emphasis on hiring individuals from a variety of backgrounds, you can create a culturally diverse workplace. It may take a little while to develop a culturally diverse team, but it will be worth to have a workplace that reflects the rest of the world. Next, my experience in Dayal Bagh. The concern of this paper is to explain cultural diversity at workplace, not in general, but in particular also, and choice of this topic just to share my experience with my colleagues and friends from different cultural backgrounds in Dayal Bagh University, Agra. When I joined Dayal Bagh as an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology and Political Science, I just worried about work and colleagues because that is my first job, but it was pleasant surprise that I met different people from different cultural backgrounds, and all of them highly cooperative and gave me suggestions from time to time. It is very surprising that my whole social science faculty is full of diverse cultural backgrounds, which is a good example of cultural diversity. In my faculty, there are employees from South India, East India, West India, Northeast India, and hill areas, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Himachal, Punjab, representing number of states, languages. Especially in my department, there is existence of cultural plurality in its truest sense. One from Bengal, one from Assam, one from Maharashtra, one from Bihar, one from Uttarakhand, rest are from Uttar Pradesh, belonging to various districts. Various states, diverse languages, diverse cultural backgrounds with diverse thoughts and perspectives, which is the best representation of melting pot where every cultural identity exists with the due respect and joy freedom. Next. That is a continuation, the discussion on this topic only to bring my experience with those colleagues and explain my learning and eliminating my biases towards other culture. I used to think that Northeast people are very flexible and open-minded in terms of relationship and lifestyle, but I learned entirely different things when I met my friend Sonia Rana from Assam, that they are also very culturally bound people and knows how to cherish relations and traditions. I also admire my colleague Aniksha Roy Sarkar from Bengal. From her, I learned how to help others at any cost and remove my biased approach towards Bengalis. I also learned from my other colleagues from different backgrounds, such as their working culture, political thought and ideologies, religious beliefs, cultural traditions, etc. The basic fundamental learning with diverse cultural background is that we accept diversity with easiness. We learn diverse tradition of our country, which is still untouched. We share different views and innovative ideas. We admire coexistence of various cultures, etc. There is not only diversity at teacher side, but also the diversity exists in my university at student side also. Teachers and students both benefited through diversity. Remove their biasness against caste, class, gender, religion, reason, sexual orientation, etc. Diversity and impact on society. When there are diverse faculty, students learn their topics from various points of view and develop new insights of different cultures. Students learn how to accommodate to the present changes, how to develop ability to comprehend their topics with new cultural insight, how to eliminate biases towards different cultures. Next. Conclusion, India is a large country with different cultures. Education is that tool which brings various people of one places. The father of nation, Mr. M.K. Gandhi's views on diversity in education was a great challenge to you. Unite India, sorry, I'm spelling mistake here. Unite India is common platform for educational development on account of India's having a great civilization along with diverse cultures, race, religions, languages, and different peoples. Despite this diversity, there is an excellent combination of cultural unity and integrity which offers varied ways of philosophies and life patterns that could be adopted according to one's own interest and aptitude in education. This unity and diversity is the lesson of tolerance, love, understanding, and sacrifices for the welfare of all. Educational system and society are mutual. Sometimes the society influences changes in the educational system, and at the other times, the educational system influences changes in the society. The education system should emphasize the development of fundamental social, moral, and spiritual values. Education and national development in every sphere must go together. To achieve the goals of personal, economic, social, political, and cultural development, it is necessary to make appropriate provisions for an integrated program of education and ensure diversity at workplace. Diversity at workplace not only accelerate our educational reforms, but also make our education system easier, where every person from each section and class of society will be able to take part of it. Diverse education, diverse teachers, diverse students makes a conflict-free society and build a strong society where every person with their different identities accepted. Thank you. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to present my experience in the ALBA.
Thank you so much, Dr. Priyanka. We next have Dr. Salma Alam, who is an assistant professor from the Amity Indian Military College for Women, Amity University, Noida, and she would be presenting on the topic, the use of intoxicants by women during the Mughal age. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. Just confirm, is the PPT visible to all of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Salma Alam, and the topic of my presentation is the use of intoxicants by women during the Mughal age. Let us start with the introduction. We have seen that intoxicants it formed an important part of the empire's history and culture, and a very prominent historian, Meena Bhargav, she writes that narcotics and drugs, they were basically seen as symbols of power and authority, and they were also considered as facilitators for social bonding and interaction also. So with such a multifaceted trajectory, intoxicants, it becomes a very important and fascinating topic to basically discover and study the lives of many in pre-colonial India. So with this, my paper will basically deal with the use of intoxicants by women in the Mughal age. So we actually come across many examples and incidents of drinking or use of intoxicants by women during the Mughal age. However, not much work is done in this theme. For the sources, I have used primary sources, secondary sources, and paintings also, which I will be showing at the end of the presentation. For the primary sources, I have used Baburnama and Tujuke Jahangiri, the journals of Fanny Parker, some other prominent Mughal sources also. For secondary sources, apart from that, I have also used European travelers' accounts like Manucci, Peter Mundi, Duarte Barbosa sources also. And for secondary sources, I have relied on Meena Bhargav's work, Ibrahim Erali's work, Zinat Zaid's work on Mughal history, and the paintings I will be just showing at the end of the presentation. Now, for the items, a number of items we come across in the sources that was consumed by the women. Basically, we know of wine, bhang, opium, tobacco, betel leaf, hookah was a very new addition in the late 18th century. All these are prominently mentioned in the records of the Mughals. We also have the writings of foreign travelers, and it seems that the use of intoxicants, according to the foreign travelers, it was not a taboo among the women of the lower strata. Then we see that the royal women, they used to participate in the private drinking parties that was hosted by the emperor and the nobles. I would like to give some instances that is recorded in the Baburnama, which was written by Babur himself. He talks about two women. He talks about one Tarkan Begum. He says that she is used to drink wine. Nothing much is written about her. Then we also have a record of a woman by the name of Hulhul Aniga, where Babur was surprised to see a female who is actually requesting to drink with him. So this element of surprise actually encourages Babur to invite her for drinking. And then Babur further writes that the woman, she became uncontrollable after drinking and Babur had to leave her. Jahangir also in his memoirs discusses about wine parties. Here he acknowledges the fact that the royal woman accompanies him in his drinking parties. He writes in quotes, he says that I ordered that cups of wine that should be given to the amirs and servants, and the ladies of the mahal are also with me. Then we see that apart from the use for recreational and party use of intoxicants in parties, we see that intoxicants were also used for committing suicide. We have some references recorded in the Jahangirnama. I will just mention one of them here. Jahangir is talking about one of his wife, that is Manbai, who is very displeased with the misconduct of his son, that is Khushro, and in an agitation actually she swallowed a quantity of opium and quickly passed away. Opium was also used in the harem as an intoxicant. We have evidences for this also. Then we have European travelers talking about other accounts regarding the use of intoxicants by the women, where Manucci, he is a traveler, European traveler. He is mentioning about Udaipuri, a Georgian lady by birth. She was a wife of Dara Shikoh, but later she became the mistress of Aurangzeb. And here it is mentioned that she was a hardcore drinker. Then we also again we have instances of women committing suicide in the women of India. It is said that they used to eat intoxicants and so die in sleep without feeling death. Now drinking, it was a common trait of the royal woman. It could be understand from a number of incidents, especially by Manucci. He gives the example of Roshanara Begum. Now Roshanara Begum is basically one of, she is the second daughter of Shah Jahan and Mumtaz Mahal, and it is believed that she was addicted to wine drinking. Then apart from opium and wine, we have hookah, and we have the reference of hookah and betel leaf that was extensively used by the women. The hookah, it became very popular with the royal ladies and the ladies of the Janana, that is the ladies' apartment. It was, a new type of custom was also building around the use of hookah, a social custom. For instance, it was a custom to offer hookah to a revered guest. The hookah became an important addition in the 18th century household. It became very popular with the ladies and was almost in general use. It is a common practice with the lady of the house to present the hookah she is smoking and to her favored guest. So it was considered prestigious and valuable if you are offered hookah by the lady of the house. Another important intoxicant which was popular was basically the betel leaf and the areca nut. It comes under the mild stimulant form, and the betel leaf, it was valued for its medicinal qualities as well as for its recreational purpose. Manucci gives us a number of details about the use of betel leaf by the royal ladies. In one of the instances, he mentions that Jahanara, that is, she is the first daughter of Shah Jahan. She was actually, she is to meet the expenditure on betel. Actually, the revenues from the port of Surat was used by her. So to conclude or to retrospect, we can say that women in the Mughal age, they were not unknown to the world of intoxicants. The participation of women in the drinking culture or in the use of intoxicants, it attests to the fact that in Mughal India, intoxication was an integral part of culture. However, we have to keep in mind the new social norms that was emerging, that is the clear separation of space that occurred with the establishment of harem that granted women the visibility, the ability to use intoxicants in a use that was not visible, perhaps leading to an increase in both usage and acceptability. Now I would like to share some of the paintings. That this is a painting of Empress Noor Jahan, and the source of this is a book I have from Arnath. I have taken this painting, and she is here holding a wine and a wine cup. Then this is the image of a dancing girl of 18th century. She is here holding a hookah. And the source is this is Durga Ghosh Durga Ghosh's book. Then the next is basically painting that is where ladies were having private party in a garden and they were enjoying wine as can be seen in the painting. Then this is image that where a Mughal woman is basically holding a wine cup and a wine jar. And these are my sources. I have used these sources for writing this paper. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for speaking here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We next have Mr. Rahul Kamath, who is a PhD student from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And he would be presenting on the topic, analyzing the impact of depopulation in the Western Balkans. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon to the panel, to the chair, to the panelists and the co-panelists. My topic is on analyzing the impact of depopulation in the Western Balkans. Oh yeah. So the structure of the paper, I've divided my paper into 5 parts. The first one is introduction. Next one is a brief historical overview of the Western Balkans. The third one is the main analysis. And the fourth part is the European Union's role and the 2015 migrant crisis and how it has affected the Western Balkans. And I concluded with the conclusion. So the introduction. The paper primarily aims to analyze the reasons behind immigration trends in the Western Balkans since 2000s. Furthermore, the paper also aims to understand how the 2015 migrant crisis and the refugee crisis has an effect on the Western Balkans. In the introduction, I differentiate between the Balkans and the Western Balkans. The Balkans primarily being a geographic term consisting of numerous countries in both Mediterranean as well as the Balkan region. Western Balkans are predominantly the former Yugoslavian countries along with Albania. Since 1990s, the region has undergone several civil wars and conflicts, so the Yugoslav wars, the Srebrenica massacre, the Kosovo bombings, and all of it has taken an effect on its ethnic diversity, and its demographics has been declining since 1990s. Because of the Yugoslav wars in the 90s, several of its population were direct casualties, and those who were not decided to emigrate to Western European countries and USA. And those who remained in the States also suffered from declining fertility rate and growing mortality rate in the region. The brief historical overview of the Western Balkans. After the World War, from 1945 to 1963, Yugoslavia remained a fairly closed country. It was only in 1963 that they decided to open its border. And when they did open its border, it led to large influx of people migrating to Western Germany, West Germany and other Western European power. It's so much that over 4% of Germany's population, Germany's workforce consisted of people from Yugoslavia. This also led and contributed towards brain drain and depopulation. And due to political instability and economic stagnation, the unemployment rate were always high in Yugoslavia, which people always thought that hampered their personal development, and they always sought towards immigration as a primary source of improving their better livelihood. According to the report published by IMF, there were 4 major reasons why unemployment were predominant in this year in the Western Balkans. First one was labor market rigidity. Second was mismanagement of skill sector, especially in education and services sector. Third one was large informal sector operating in shadows. And fourth one was ethnic and gender related social exclusion. Apart from that, my 4 analyses were infrastructural development problem, the intensity of involvement, be it in terms of funding as well as actual development, has been low in the region. The overall composition of funds matter as they are not being allocated in a sufficient manner. Infrastructural funding does not necessarily lead towards political cooperation between the 6 or the 7 states if you add the Kosovo. And infrastructural funds could also be used for enhancing political cooperation along with economic cooperation, but such has not been the case due to the ethnic conflict being involved in the region. So this is a map that I have put in my paper as well. This shows the motorway density as well as the density of railroads in the region. The railway tracks in the region are pretty underdeveloped. Similarly, the even goes for the roadway as well. And this is something that I'll come on the last part of the presentation, where I talk about the role of external actors such as China, Japan, and Russia, where they have contributed more towards development of railway and infrastructure than European Union. So this is the analysis of the depopulation in the Western Balkans. So the projected data that I've taken is from the World Bank and the United Nations Population Database. An aggregate decline of around 7.3% is expected from now till 2050. The only two states showing growth in population rate are Kosovo and North Macedonia. The population of majority of the other state is primarily shrinking because of immigration, low fertility rate in women, and they contribute the reasons towards economic instability and lack of political will. And also it's the fact that because of a lack of political development and political cooperation, women especially feel that they do not have a future and there is no point in raising an offspring. Hence, this has also led to higher rates of contraception consumption. So this is a depopulation and population above 65. The population rate is slowly decreasing, whereas the population above 65 is increasing in this region. The youth population remains fairly low, as the average age around this area is around 42.9 years, which is probably the third or fourth oldest region in the world. Like said before, the birth rates are decreasing and the death rates are increasing in all the regions. The data is taken from the World Bank database. And this is something of how geography is playing an important role in the Western Balkans. Firstly, the Western immigration, the immigration is taking place towards Western Europe and Western part of the world, like USA. A lot of modern day Western Balkan states emigrate towards Germany, Italy, and USA for better livelihood. Germany predominantly because in 2014, Germany introduced a policy saying Western Balkan Regelung, which allows the people from Western Balkans to come visit Germany without having to face a lot of visa restrictions. And what is the current status between Western Balkans and the European Union? Slovenia joined European Union in 2004 and Croatia became a member of the EU in 2013. However, other 5 states, excluding Kosovo, seek EU membership and they are in negotiation processes. So Serbia would be probably the #1 country to join by 2025 if they match the Copenhagen criteria. And other countries are still in its negotiation process, and EU's firm has been that improve your political and economic condition, and probably then we would negotiate with other countries. Yeah, the other major part is the Western Balkan routes. So the Western Balkan route plays an important role in the 2015 migration crisis that occurred due to the civil war in Syria. A lot of the population who choose to come from Western Balkans are ethnically from Syria, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. And their reason of coming towards this region is so that they could get entry towards Croatia, which is a member state of the EU, and move towards a better livelihood. However, due to incurring and resurgence of right-wing populism and xenophobic sentiment in the region, it also serves as a threat to the immigrants as well as its ethnic demographic identity. The external actors in 2015 migrant crisis, the EU signed something called the Berlin Process with Western Balkans to initiate negotiations towards their ascension into the European Union. Like I said earlier, Western Balkans plays an important role in terms of Frontex as well as the border security check. And a lot of migrants who come through the Western Balkan route are indulging in petty crimes such as drug trafficking as well as stealing and vehicle confiscation. Here, the major role of foreign actors are China and Japan, as Japan promotes its ODA through infrastructure development, and Japan shares its knowledge and experience based on disaster management and ethnic reconciliation by its own experiences of treating the Koreans and the Japanese. And China has been playing an important role since their 16+1 or formerly the 17+1. And China has at least 10 to 15 infrastructural projects lined up in Serbia, Hungary, and Hungary is not a region of this, but Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. To conclude, the Western Balkans is one of the most strategically located region in the Europe. The region has disintegrated since the Yugoslavia and has yet to occur political and economic developments. The region is still marred by the social instability caused due to the Yugoslav wars and the ethnic conflicts thereby followed. Due to the lack of political will and economic cooperation in the region, the population is declining at a rate of 7.3%. And if not constricted, the population could also decline further, as several towns in Serbia are eroding, and foreign actors are acting in those regions. The external actors such as European Union, China, Russia, and Turkey play an important and strategic role in the developments of Western Balkans. Primarily, the EU as the region, as other states aim towards ascending into the European Union. However, before they could move into the European Union and become a member state of the European Union, Western Balkans must overcome certain challenges and achieve peaceful transition and sustainable development in accordance with Acquis Communautaire in order to join the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So next up we have Ms. Tripti Komal. She's a PhD scholar from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and she would be presenting on the topic, the resonance of Black Lives Matter in Europe, which is a state socio-cultural overview of this movement. Over to you, ma'am.
The topic of my presentation today is the resonance of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe, a socio-cultural overview of the movement. So let's first discuss the objectives of my paper today. The first objective is to trace the imprints of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe and how it conceptualized into a popular socio-cultural movement demanding the integration of minorities in the mainstream society. Another objective is to study the spread of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe and the importance of international solidarity in the fight for social justice. So the Black Lives Matter movement, which protested the racial violence and police brutality against African American community in the United States, which started in 2014, has transcended into a global socio-culture movement in 2020. The killing of George Floyd in the United States of America on 26 May 2020 sparked the widespread protest in various European countries as well. The Black Lives Matter movement protest in Europe can be seen as an emerging point regarding systematic racism within the socio-political and economic structure of the European society. The oppressive colonial regime and the slave trade rendered the Black community socially and economically vulnerable, and the white racism is still threatening the well-being of the Black communities in Europe. To understand the genesis of the Black Lives Matter, it's important to analyze the analogy of the terms matter and why the Black lives actually matters. Let's discuss the spectrum of issues behind the unrest of the Black community in Europe, like chronic poverty, racial profiling, police brutality, police repression, institutional racism, and white supremacy. The Black Lives Matter movement protests have called for amelioration of existing conditions of systematic racism in Europe. The aim of the Black Lives Matter movement in Europe is to demand for racial equality and liberation of the Black people from the oppression and racial violence they're facing in Europe today. Looking at this picture, we can imagine the Black Lives Matter attacking the white fragility in Europe. The Black Lives Matter movement forced the white man to accept the bitter truth that racism was and is still a part and parcel of the white man's burden across the world. Even in the present liberal scenario of Europe, the existence of us versus them for the Black community and also for minorities and immigrants reflect the deeply seated prejudices against and also the incompetence of the government to safeguard the rights of these groups. The Black Lives Matter movement protest in Europe pushes the government to adopt affirmative policies and bring justice and missed opportunities faced by the Black communities over the centuries. The Black Lives Matter movement global appeal of dismantling of racist culture across the world has been resonated in European countries as well. Now let's discuss the relevance of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe. The basic aim of the Black Lives Matter movement in Europe is to seek socio-political and economic freedom for the Black community. The global network of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe employed the peaceful methods like marches, rallies, and signature campaigns to bring to the light the injustice faced by the Black communities in Europe. The Black Lives Matter movement also shattered the prejudices embedded against the Black people in the society. And for example, earlier the image of a Black male was portrayed as a violent and a drug addict and gangster in movies. However, the new themes which have been successful in breaking away from such negative racial stereotypes against the Black people is an example of success of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe. The relevance of Black Lives Matter movement therefore lies in improving an activist environment and awareness among the Black communities across the continent. Another great effect of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe has been in the field of education, as the education department in many European countries recognize the importance of teaching Black history in its schools, and many countries like Britain, France, and Germany are planning to introduce Black history right from the primary education in schools and in secondary schools as well. The extension of celebration of Black culture and legacy beyond the celebration of Black History Month in October in UK is thus a welcome move and a big achievement of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe. Another ripple effect of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe is the new law formulated by the government of France, which has dismissed the chalkboard method of arrest by the police. The Black Lives Matter movement protests in Europe have also called for better integration policies for not only the minorities, but for immigrants and LGBT groups in Europe as well. The popularity and acceptance of social movements like Black Lives Matter globally can be understood by understanding the following definition of social movements. Della Porter and Diana defined social movements as informal networks based on shared beliefs and solidarity, which mobilize about conflictual issues through the prevalent use of various forms of protest. The Black Lives Movement protests have led to an interesting mix of culture and politics, and by using the voice of resistance and energy of young activists to attain the goal of social, political, and economic equality for the Blacks in Europe. The Black Lives Matter movement has become the voice of various athletes and sports persons alike in Europe. The famous La Liga event also witnessed many players extending their support for the Black Lives Matter movement, as few players wore jerseys supporting Black Lives Matter slogans. Also, Black Lives Matter movements were organized to oppose the booing of players like Marcelo and others who supported the Black Lives Matter movement by bending the knee during a match. The symbolic gestures of the players matters the most, as it exudes the efficacy of the Black Lives Matter movement in creating awareness about the everyday forms of racial abuse faced by the Black players in Europe. The local chapters of Black Lives Matter in Europe have been successful in extending the success of Black Lives Matter movement in Europe, all across Europe. The Black Lives Matter movement's local chapters in Europe are active in almost all the big countries of Europe. The global chapters of Black Lives Matter movement adopted the same strategies of peaceful protest and social media campaigns and rallies across and marches like in USA. The local chapters of Black Lives Matter, like All Black Lives Matter UK, BLM UK, and BLM London in Europe, were able to raise millions of SAM-based donation for the movement. Black Lives Matter UK organized huge rallies and protests on 16th March 2020 against the crime sentencing and court bills on which plans to increase the powers of police and prison system. Here is the placard effect of the movement. Now let's discuss the role of BLM UK. The state should end racial profiling of the Blacks and renew their commitment to undo the historical wrongdoings of the colonial past. These should include measures to incorporate the Blacks and other minorities into the mainstream society. States should assess the health and economic risk posed by the pandemic, especially for the most vulnerable section of the Black communities. The state should strengthen poverty alleviation program for Blacks and other minorities. Efforts should be taken to promote Black history and culture in schools and colleges curriculum. States should formulate better educational, employment, housing, healthcare policies for the minority community, and also protection against hate crimes. States should direct resources to help domestic violence refugees and help youth services and improve safety of vulnerable sections of the society, protesting against the bringing of police and mental health services in England and other European countries, providing legal aid to Black communities to fight against discrimination in workplaces and against racial violence, protection against the hate crimes against Black communities and against the crime, sentencing and court bill to safeguard the Black people against the unfair trials. And also the local chapter called for diligent examination of race scenario in Europe and to start a dialogue on race. Now, this is an example of activism and method used by Black Lives Matter in Europe, how they organize rallies, how they organize the awareness campaign for rallies, and how they raise the fundraising events for collecting donations. Okay. Now, I would like to conclude my presentation. The Black Lives Matter movement has emerged as a winner, both as a philosophy and as a social movement in affecting social change globally. The Black Lives Matter movement finds expression in both traditional and non-traditional forms of protest in Europe. Black Lives Matter movement will therefore become an effective tool of assertion and activism of not just for the Black community, but also for other minorities and marginalized groups in Europe. The Black Lives Matter movement as a 21st century social culture movement has succeeded in affecting social change in the society by raising the collective awareness of the people against racial discrimination and racial violence faced by Black communities all around the world. The Black Lives Matter. This is an example of how the local chapter of BLM in Europe are redistributing the donations collected via online campaigns for the betterment of the Black community in Europe. The amplification of the Black Lives Matter movement by the fan clubs of famous players, athletes, and artists have been successful in raising millions of donations for rehabilitation of the Black community in Europe. The Black Lives Matter movement has successfully addressed the social culture concern of the Black community in Europe. The community is becoming more and more vocal about the injustice faced by them on a day-to-day basis and thus demanding their justice and freedom from oppression. The Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundations also won the Swedish Rights Prize on 30th January 2021, which reiterates the fact that the racial violence and injustice faced by Black community is indeed a global concern. The social movements like Black Lives Matter have thus become a voice for many unheard and exploited groups across the globe and calls for an holistic and inclusion development and end to hate and racial violence. The social movements like Black Lives Matter have thus become a voice. Is quietly getting on with the constructive work required to make the change happen. This is also an example of how the local chapter of Black Lives Matter in Europe is not only organizing the fight for racial justice for the Blacks in Europe, but also they are organizing marches for solidarity with other global issues concerning human rights.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mr. Akhilesh Pathak, who is a PhD scholar from the Center for Study of Social Systems, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He would be presenting on the topic gender, employment, and marital quality, a comparison between India and Europe. Over to you, sir.
So that's my topic, and let's get started right away. It's gender, employment, and marital quality, a comparison between India and Europe. So what I do here is, for the Indian part, I have my fieldwork, so I'll be sharing with you the results and analysis. And for the European part, unfortunately, I could not do a fieldwork in Europe, so I'll be trying to make a comparison on the basis of some research work that has been published by some research scholars who had the opportunity to conduct a fieldwork in Europe. So let's move on and get. This is the first slide, and what we find here is a set of 5 studies that were conducted in Europe, and it's in a chronological order. So we start with 1989 and end with a study that was conducted quite recently in Sweden in 2014. So what we find here is in 1989, West Germany, we see marital interaction as the main dimension of marital quality. And the role strain caused by employment affects husbands and wives differently. So this is one key finding that we would also find in the context of the Indian study, that the results of which will be shared shortly with you. Next, moving on, we find superior attainments of the wives from income and employment have an adverse impact on marital quality. This was a study conducted in Moscow, Russia. And then we have a comparison between West Germany and Great Britain, where we find that employment of the wife has a positive impact on marital quality, on marital stability, I should say, in Germany, but not in Britain. And the one thing that matters the most in Sweden was the gender role attitudes, which is one key factor that affects the marital stability of the people who have already tied the knot. So these are two more studies from Greece and Yugoslavia, a bit older ones from 1967. And in both of these studies, we find that there is a differential when it comes to comparing the employment of the husband with the employment of the wife. And wife's employment is one thing that has probably a detrimental effect on marital quality in both these countries. Okay, so what do we have? What does our data say? So it's a short summary of the data that we have, which was conducted solely by me in the region of Delhi NCR over a period of probably 6 months, from July 2020 to Jan and Feb 2021. Of course, facing and getting over all the problems caused due to the pandemic, but still I had a good sample size of 303, probably I should say a fair sample size, not a good one. So this is the summary, fairly educated group, quite rich, maybe you can call it an upper middle class, and Hindi speaking, largely Hindu by religion, and a fairly young population, 35.7 years of age as the mean. So this is the gender profile, 144 women and 159 men. So that probably evens out with 48% of women and 52% of men. This is the conceptual model of marital equality. So it has 5 dimensions: marital happiness, interaction, disagreement, problems, and marital stability. So we'll see how each of these gets affected due to the employment of the husbands as well as that of the wives. So now this is a summary of how things stand, and what we find here is we either have a red bar or a blue bar for most of these dimensions, most of these variables, and if one is employed or if the spouse is employed, I mean the two cases differ quite visibly. And what we find here is marital quality as a whole is one thing that affects the husbands if the spouse is employed, and it's not the other way around. But there are a number of other dimensions that get affected, that have an association with both, the employment of the husband as well as that of the wife. So it's marital interaction and marital disagreement on both sides. You can see that both husbands and wives get affected because of these variables. But what strikes me the most is the fact that marital stability is one thing that depends on the employment of the husbands, and also the employment, for the wife, it's about the employment of the husbands, I mean employment of their spouse. So their own employment is not much associated, rather not significantly associated with marital stability. Marital happiness is definitely associated with the marital quality of wives if they are employed, and we need to concentrate on the last bar, that is marital commitment, which we find that husbands are definitely affected by the employment of the wife as far as their marital commitment is concerned. And as we shall see, this marital commitment goes up. In fact, we can conclude rather that husbands tend to be more committed if their wives are employed, as we shall see in the results that I'm just about to share. So this is the one that we find here, marital quality and the spousal employment. The relationship between marital quality and the employment of the spouse. Now we shall see how it affects husbands and wives differently, or rather similarly. Okay, so it's marital happiness and spousal employment. What we see here is in the here, if the spouse is employed, we find there's a greater percentage of the respondents who say that they are happy. So happiness increases due to the employment of the spouse. Same is the case with the marital interaction. It increases, or it gets better rather, with the employment of the spouse. The case with marital disagreement, both for one's own employment as well as for the employment of the spouse, we see that this marital disagreement tends to get lower, or rather we can say that marital quality due to marital disagreements tends to get better. So that's it. Now we shall see how it affects husbands and wives differently. So for both husbands and wives, we find here that the disagreement level gets lowered with the employment of the spouse, but more so in the case of husbands, because we see here that we have 90% of those who say that they have lower marital disagreement if their wives are employed. So marital disability and marital stability and spousal employment. We find here that yes, once again, if the spouse is employed, the marriages tend to get stabler when they are not employed. Okay, so this is one comparison that brings to light an important aspect of the whole issue of marital quality, or rather marital stability. What we find here is there are more women who tend to have or tend to live under unstable marriages if their husbands are unemployed, compared to the women whose husbands are employed. Now, this is one thing that relates to wives' own employment. And we find here that if they are employed, we have 93.3% of them compared to 77.8% who feel that they have a greater marital stability. Okay, so on the whole, what we have if somebody is employed, and what we find here is there's more females than males who have a greater degree of marital happiness if they are employed. So one inference that we can draw here is that marital happiness is augmented, rather enhanced, if the wives are employed, and not so in the condition, not so in the case of the husbands. Okay, so we also include marital commitment, because what we find is that marital commitment is a variable which is highly correlated with marital quality. So in the entire discussion, it's a good idea to also include marital commitment and how it is affected by the employment of the spouse. And we see here, if the spouse is employed, there are 67.2% compared to 54.8% of the respondents who say that they have a high marital commitment. So one inference that we can draw here is that marital commitment goes up if the spouse is employed in the Indian context. So this is the output from SPSS, and we can see here the significance level. It's less than 0.05, so it's there at the 95% confidence level. We find that marital commitment and spousal employment are related. Okay, so marital commitment, the questionnaire that we had, it had 4 measuring variables that we call indicator variables. So one of the 4 variables was this, whether, the question that was asked was whether you are ready to make sacrifices for your spouse if such a need arises. And what we find here is that of the 303 respondents, 85.3% of them said that yes, they are ready to make sacrifices if they're employed. And in comparison, the unemployed lot, there's just 73.1% of them who say that they are ready to make sacrifices. So again, we can say here that employment boosts one's chances of making sacrifices. So in a sense, it tends to enhance one's marital commitment. Employment tends to enhance marital commitment. So straight away we move to the conclusions. And what are the conclusions that we draw? This is one conclusion that struck me as is a similarity between India and Europe, as gender differential definitely exists. And the husbands and wives are impacted differently as far as the role of employment in determining marital quality is concerned. So it's the second conclusion that I'd like to share with you. That the wife's employment is a quality booster in Indian society. And what it shows is that we have already seen the success of dual earner couples in countries such as West Germany and Sweden. And so that is one thing that we find here as being resonated in our society back home here in India. So the dual earner couple situation is a thing that is not to be seen in a negative light anymore. As compared to things as they stood in 1990s, we find one study from Shukla and Kapoor that needs to be cited here, where they say that the husband-dominated families had a better marital quality, but not so anymore. The dual earner model is working quite fine as far as our society is concerned. And the last but not the least, we find that marital commitment of the husband increases with wife's employment. And this is one thing that points to the the easing of gender norms and the breaking down of some of the traditional notions regarding gender, because most of the previous literature we find as husbands were quite reluctant in letting their wives take up employment outside of the home, but it's not so as far as my data reflects. It's also an indication of the fact that we as a society are slowly and gradually moving towards the companionate model of marriage. So these are my three conclusions, and that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So we next have Dr. Parijat Pradhan, who is an assistant professor from the Department of Sociological Studies, Central University, South Bihar, who would be presenting on the topic Exploring Risks in Labor Situation of India, a case study of migrant laborers. Over to you now.
Thank you so much to the organizing committee and the very well-known chair and co-chair, and to the August gathering. I mean, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. So as the topic suggests, it is all about the study of migrant laborers, and specifically I have highlighted the northern India because somewhere the major northern states, or say the Bimaru states, are the major share of demand and kind of casual employment provider to the big cities of India. So my whole study is all about that. I have specifically focused about the secondary data analysis, and somewhere in the beginning, I have also used some of my pre-field surveys while remaining in Bihar. So first of all, talking about the objectives of the study, I have highlighted that I'm going to focus on the key determinants of migration, or somewhere the interstate migration. My second objective is to objectify the socio-economic condition and the state of security vis-a-vis state policies. Somewhere my third objective is to locate the ground realities and subjective or phenomenological experiences during the pandemic. Specifically, I have in the last slides, I have focused on the pain and grief of the workers during the pandemic period, and to make a critical viewpoint about the post-pandemic efforts, especially taking the subaltern view into the perspective, looking from the ground. Okay, the next slide. So talking about the nature of migration, the study between 2001 to 2011 highlighted that in India, while the population grew by 18%, the number of migrants increased by 45%. And even talking about the economic survey 2018-19, the country today has one of the highest informal sectors of around 93%, in which UP and Bihar are the largest source of interstate migrants, noting this point. And what Ashish Nandi used to talk about, that migration is not a mere shift of population from one place of residence to another. It is more about that. It is somewhere understanding of continuously changing space content and space relationship of areas, where we try to create a multicultural society or a salad bowl where all kind of cultures intermingle. Okay, so naturally when a main kind of a big city, when have this kind of real-time citizenship as well as the part-time citizenship, that will create a pressure on the resources. So somewhere the next finding talks about that the male migration constitutes the highest level of migration in India due to basically employment purpose. And the previous young researcher has also highlighted that how unemployment has created domestic violence in the lower sections of the society especially. And the female usually migrates as accompanies of males through several other factors like after marriage or family transfer. But with the recent survey, there is a positive note that single females are also slowly increasing, moving out in search of a job. And even the women is now a part of 4% of the organized sector. But the glaring fact is that still the 96% of the women labor force is in the informal economy, which creates a situation of exploitation. So even the demographic reports talks of maximum sharing of SC/ST population in the labor market. So this is all about the demographic features. Next slide. somewhere, as we know that migration is actually viewed as an economic phenomenon largely by the economic academicians, but looking into the larger perspective of social sciences, especially sociology, we can see that how it is actually a non-economic persona also, where it has created non-economic factors more, like talking about the consequences. So big cities with maximum intake of migrants create a cosmopolitan culture or shared meanings. Okay. And that's why there is increasing competition between real-time population versus seasonal or part-time migrants. As you know that somewhere the interstate migration or state-to-state migration or migration from rural to rural or urban to urban has also a lot to do with the seasonal migration, because West Bengal paddy cultivation or somewhere the sugarcane industry in Maharashtra invites such kind of part-time seasonal migration from all sorts of these bigger states, and specifically looking about to the largest percentage of migrants moving to such kind of states for a part-time period. So about 90% of laborers in construction industry are internal migrants, and seasonal migration is also attracted by the agricultural work like rice harvesting in West Bengal, sugarcane in Gujarat, and a lot of other regions in other states. The latest study through International Migrant Stock talks about that India with 75.1 million international migrants has emerged as international migrants, constituting 6.4% of the world's total migrant population. So somewhere it is a welcome fact that we are creating demand and we are creating this kind of migration at the international level too. Next slide. We all know about the push and pull factors. So I have highlighted the push and pull factors, why the countries of origin and the countries of destination used to have certain compulsions because of push factors, and how the opportunities through the pull factors create intermingle of push and pull. Further, next slide. Yeah, this is about the trend on international migration of skilled and unskilled labor. So here is the figure is that United Arab Emirates has the rank 1 consumption of migrant laborers from India, whether skilled or unskilled. Then United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, UK, and Qatar. Next slide. Talking about the consequences of migration, somewhere it has actually arrived with a success story, especially with the coming of globalization. But somewhere, as we know that globalization is a double-edged weapon, in the words of Professor Anand Kumar also in one of the article, that how it has created, it affects us all, but it affects us differently. And especially for the migrant workers, it has created success stories in the beginning, but later on with the increase in competition, the appalling living conditions like slums, lack of safe water, absence of sanitation, overcrowding, and simultaneously with the increase in economic crime, insecurity for women, especially sexual abuse and exposure, and somewhere the health issues also led to immediate outcome of this population shift. Even the population of receiving areas become more productive because of this. This is a fact. But somewhere it causes dependency ratio in the source area. It actually created a lack of elasticity in the source area. And we know all about the brain drain theory, even at the time of Dadabhai Naoroji, when he has written that wonderful book, Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. So how a drain of wealth at that time worked as a theory. And even right now, when we see that the high think tanks are actually moving to the other sections in the form of permanent migration. So large scale movement of people from rural to urban areas somewhere causes overcrowding or congestion in cities and put heavy pressure on resources. Somewhere it also leads to environmental imbalance of various kinds, like we all know about various kinds of national and international economic environmental disasters, which has further created a stack of life, a kind of a vulnerability towards the migrant workers, especially because they are shelterless. So migration enhances remittances to the source region, but causes heavy loss to human resource in terms of skilled labor. Somewhere the lag theory, Ogbur's theory of cultural lag where the male migrants somewhere are getting certain, source or success. But when we talk about the women empowerment, talking about the next slide, women actually going to suffer because of this kind of migration. So just move to the next slide. Now talking about the quality of life and labor standards, we all know about the Minimum Wages Act 1948. But the big question is that whether this minimum wages, which is being guaranteed by the government of India according to price index, whether, and even talking about the working hours. So the fact is that in the unorganized sector or in the contract agreement, there is no such thing where you have to only work for 8 hours. Like the example of brick industry or sugarcane industry, where they work for more than 12 hours, which Marx talks about that this is actually the surplus value which the owner generates. And that's why the informal sector or the construction sector saturates this kind of exploitation in a very heavy manner. So somewhere seasonally migrant workers affected by this kind of a thing a lot, despite having a Minimum Wages Act 1948. Even talking about the wage rate of women workers are concerned, they are somewhere fragile in this scenario, because migrant women workers are paid lower wages than male workers in certain operations. That's why the principle of equal pay for equal work is somewhere not strictly adhered to the fixation of wage rates for contract basis. And that's why male and female seasonal migrant workers doesn't get that Equal Remuneration Act 1976 benefit in a uniform manner. Okay, somewhere it has been actually being successful, but in the exterior regions of our country or somewhere in the interior rural area, it is not getting that thing. The women are especially being vulnerable. So somewhere it has been observed that migrant workers are not aware of their rights also, because we cannot blame the government. Government has certain kind of policies, especially talking about the social security or social legitimacy is concerned, but they are not aware about their rights or somewhere the labor rights, like right to equality, right to work, right to secure work, a living wage, and somewhere a decent standard of life also. Okay, yeah, migrant workers even can't vote. Okay, so how we can make a kind of a welfare, or how we can make an awareness among the migrant workers regarding their rights, regarding their so-called better standards of living is very important. So next slide. Now talking about the issue of social security, or what I was talking about, the social legitimacy. So we all know that the researches which are coming up in sociology, the developing countries do not have that much bilateral agreements, and somewhere the specifying the rights of migrant workers are concerned. So somewhere the benefits of social security schemes in the developed countries are very well framed, but talking about the 1990s, when the open gate policy has arrived in our country, there has been increase in the growing casualization of workers, casual wage laborers, and that's why they are somewhere struggling for their labor rights and their dignity of life. Okay, we all know about the great work of Andre Bette, how he highlighted the class structure in the Tanjore village. But can we move to that Tanjore village to the modern village of 21st century, where in a village, how many different categories of peasants have arrived? So we have to look up to that kind of a category, how this fragmentation has increased the migration in our country. And even ILO suggests that only 10% of the world's workers have truly adequate social protection. So this is an ironical fact that still we have to work a lot regarding permanent social protection for a lot of the section of our society. And even talking about the total employment of women, I have highlighted that fact that only 4% of the women are the part of organized sector, and 96% women are actually the part of unorganized or informal sector, somewhere inviting low waged and unhealthy and almost inhuman working conditions. Because the study of Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Gaurang R. Sahay, late Gaurang R. Sahay, has highlighted this fact, that how the migrant women workers are exposed to the risk of sexual harassment and exploitation. And even talking about the child labor, we all know that the brick industry, the crackers industry, the glass industry, and the different other industries have the huge population of working children, underage children. And this is also a glaring fact that how we can make a change in the unorganized sector, because the incidence of child workers in the unorganized sector is much higher in comparison to the formal organized sector. Next slide.
Sir, I would request you to please conclude now.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sure. So somewhere talking about, yeah, please, yes, the last slide, lockdown effects. Only talking about the, in the words of development economist KP Kannan, who highlights the fact that how this lockdown from the previous year, I mean, since 2019, has created so much joblessness in our country, and especially as we know that the official 2019 report of the Ministry of Labor and Employment has also highlighted that nearly 2 out of 3 informal workers even earn rupees 375 a day, which is recommended by the government as the minimum wage necessary according to 2017-18 prices. And Ajim Premji's University's State of Working India report also highlighted this fact that how the workforce, nearly 50% of the workforce earn less than rupees 5,000 a month. So that will actually highlights the question that we are actually intermingling with the BPL category, but somewhere the people who are above the PPL category also cannot have the calorie intake in that subsistent level. Okay, so in that way, we can see the scenario. And my conclusion is that somewhere while framing the policies, we have to look into the subjective ground reality, especially in the time of pandemic. And somewhere government has to seriously look out to the labor laws for a decent subsistence living along employment, rights in work, security, and somewhere the right to representation also. Because in organized sector, we have the right to represent ourselves through trade unions, but in the informal sector, there is still not any particular law which can highlight the right to representation. So how we can create a justice for us in that framework? So this is all about my critical evaluation, how we should look out to this fact, and somewhere how these northern Indian states can make, how the government can highlight the interstate migration in a critical manner in the future, especially after the post-pandemic period. Thank you so much for giving me this precious time.
Thank you, Dr. Parijat. Our next presenter is Mr. Ashish Kumar Chaudhary. He is an MA Sociology student from Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida, and his topic would be a brief study of reality, influence of objectivity reality on subjectivity reality in the modern day metropolis. Over to you.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to all the guests present here, to the chair and co-chairs and my fellow participants. So the topic for today is a brief study of reality. Now, the study of reality, this question, it has plagued the mind for years and years, like right from the beginning. And this is why I have chosen the most ancient of texts. This is a verse from the Atharva Upanishad. So it is from the Atharva Veda, and it is from the Mandakya Upanishad. And this question, like in our daily lives also, I'm sure that once in a lifetime that we might think that whether this is a dream or whether this is reality, how can we be sure? So let's go back to the most ancient of texts. And this is considered one of the most shortest Upanishads actually. And they say that Mumuksha namung vimukte mandakyu ekam aval. This means that for the seekers of salvation, for the seekers of enlightenment, this Upanishad is enough. No, merely understanding the Upanishad is not enough. You have to realize it. And the importance is such that with reading this, you can attain salvation. And the Upanishad starts with, who am I? It starts with the question only, who am I? So when we come to the question, who am I is the ego. And ego, it inversely relates to reality. So it says by what you are not. So first it says that you are not the conscious. Suppose my name is Ashish. So you're not the conscious Ashish. Like this reality perceived through my 5 senses. through my hearing, through my vision, through my speech, through my feeling, even through my sixth sense. They say that this is not you. This is not the real you. This is not the reality. Then they say subconscious. Subconscious, that means when you're dreaming, a dream state, that is also not a reality. Then the third one is unconscious, a simple blankless sleep. We all have faced it. When we sleep and we wake up, we say that it was a blankless sleep. It was complete darkness. Then it says that Turiya. Turiya is the actual reality. Now you may ask, what is this Turiya? Turiya is very simple actually. Turiya is, it literally translates into the fourth. Now, the thing is that if you take out the conscious, your conscious state of mind, your subconscious state of mind, and your unconscious state of mind, you will not find what Turiya is. Turiya is something which illuminates the conscious state, the subconscious state, and the unconscious state. Let me give an example. This is an example that I've come across from Ramakrishna Swami, who was giving a lecture in IIT. He says that, take the example of gold. You have a gold bracelet, you have a gold watch, and maybe you have a gold necklace. But if you try to search for, what is the reality of it, the reality is gold, right? If you melt a gold watch, you'll get gold. If you melt a golden necklace, you'll get gold. If you melt a golden bracelet, you will get gold again. But if you throw away the bracelet, if you throw away the watch, and you start searching for gold, will you get the gold? No. So similarly, this is what Turiya means. When you say, I was 11 years old, or maybe when I was 3 years old, what does this mean? It means that you were there when you were 11 years old. I am 20 years old right now. And I say I am 20 years old. So I am still there. That I is constant. See, the conscious state is when you are out, the energy is outwardly flowing. Subconscious when it is inwardly flowing. And Turiya, it is just potential energy. Like after the unconscious state, the energy might flow outwards, the energy might flow inwards. So according to the Upanishad, since I'm less on time, I'll just wind this up. Since the Upanishad says that Turiya is the ultimate reality. And this is the most, let me remind you again, this is the most important of the Upanishads. So when we go back into history, we see that there has been talks about reality, like this is like thousands of years ago. Next, let us come to the contemporary times, during the Renaissance, during industrialization, during the scientific revolution. There was a thinker, his name was René Descartes. Now, René, he is known for one single line which he said, like the reason why he's the most famous for, I think, therefore I am. At that time also, that was a time when logic prevailed, when it was a time of rationalism, because society was coming out from the dark ages, where religion and the sense of patriarchy, the kings and the queens, they held most of the power, and the other people, they just followed it, because if a priest says it, that means it's right. They were more they believed in these supernatural powers. But René, he was different. He, in almost all of his studies, he used rational thinking. And here we come across another explanation of reality. That time also, the scholars, they wanted to know whether, like, how to know that this is not dreaming. Like right now, I'm taking this, explaining this presentation, and how do you know that you're not dreaming? Or how do I know that I am not dreaming, that I'm doing this? So this is a very neat tautological method which René Descartes he found out. And the interesting fact is that it was a very cold day, and what René did was he locked himself in a furnace and he meditated the entire day.
Sorry to interrupt you. Please, sorry to interrupt you. Please wind up in next 1 2 minutes. Please come to conclusion. It is already too late.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes.
Next session at 3 p.m.
Okay, sir. So 2 minutes, I am winding up. Okay, so let me wind up by saying that his explanation to this was that I think, therefore I am. That means if I was thinking whether I exist or not, that is the answer. Because if I did not exist, I would not think whether I am in reality or not. So it is because I think which validates that this is the reality. This is not a dream. Next, we have Sartre and existentialism. So since we're running out of time, I'll just very briefly explain it. He says that what existentialism really means is that Sartre, he looks at reality from a vacuum. And a very neat example which I came across was that, suppose when you're having dinner, it's a very common thing, right? But if you see it from a Sartrean way, if you look at from the existentialism way, what it really means is that when your side of the planet is facing the opposite direction from a flaming ball of gases, you sit down with another mammal in all these chopped up pieces of wood and you eat parts of animals. That is absurd, right? So this is the way of Sartre. He says that when you look at reality from a vacuum without any preconceived notions, what happens is that you see that there are a lot of absurdities to it. Next, that he says that we are free. It's very self-explanatory that we are free. I mean, we don't really have restrictions. We shouldn't live in bad faith. Is that when we consider that we are not free, that we have to do a certain thing, that is when we are in bad faith. So the next is the conclusion. So what do this reality has to do with the culture of Europe and the culture of India? So the answer is very simple. When you look at Europe, you will see that objective reality. Now, objective reality, you may ask, what is objective reality? Objective reality is anything which is not that abstract. Suppose McDonald's, the Marlboro cigarette, fashion, Levi's, or maybe Zara, KFC. These are objective realities of the modern world, of the modern metropolis. And subjectivity is more in the traditional societies. Now, India is moving from this phase of traditional society to urban society, where the influence of objectivity is taking over subjectivity. Let me show you some examples. Why do you smoke? Or why do you think that smoking is cool? Have you really thought about it? When you smoke a cigarette, do you really think about it, what you're doing? No. See, this is what happens. Subjective reality was the one which came up with cigarettes, which was the one which came up with advertisements. Now it has become more of a lifestyle. This objectivity is influencing the subjectivity now. Now you don't think before smoking a cigarette, and the more costlier brands you have, you feel more good about yourself. You feel more masculine. You feel like a rebel, that I'm smoking a cigarette. But do you really think it's causing harm to your body? See, another thing is that Petrim Sorokin, he talks about logical thinking. Now, logical thinking also, this is bad. But what happens is that you try to make it logical by giving yourself examples. Like, suppose you want to drink today. What reason do you give yourself? Oh, I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Let me drink. It is illogical, but you still give it a logic. Then you talk about the fashion.
I think
in
Dr. Rakesh, you can stop.
Sorry.
It's going
Ashish, please bind up. It is already too late. It is already 2:50. My humble request.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. So
you
my
understand.
conclusion
Start at 3 p.m.
Yes, sir. So my conclusion is that these fashion, the tattoos, it is all objective reality, which is shaping the subjective mind, and it is more prevalent in industrial societies. So although objectivity influences more, subjectivity does have an influence on objectivity as well. So my conclusion is that there is a reciprocal relationship. These are my references.
Thank you.
And, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, it's a humble request to the next speaker to please stick to the time.
Only 3-minute time, not more than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ashish. We next have Ms. Manisha and Mr. Amarjit Singh. So their topic would be effect of COVID-19 on the mental health in India and Europe. Over to you, sir and ma'am.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries on the dais and participants. I am Manisha. I am presenting my paper on effects of COVID-19 on mental health in India and Europe. As we all are aware of, in COVID-19 pandemic, there are many people who are suffering from mental illness due to COVID-19. Mental health is an integral and essential component of health. And during this pandemic, there is an increase in the cases of mental health. Types of mental health disorders includes bipolar disorder, persistent disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, schizophrenia, and social anxiety disorder. COVID-19 has affected everyone in the society of every age group, socially, psychologically, economically. Disease-specific characteristics of COVID-19 like shortage of vaccines, lack of medical treatments, etc. COVID-19 suddenly created a change in lifestyle pattern, which is abnormal and forced on the people, which has resulted in loneliness and anxiety. Those suffering economically have lost their jobs and are attracted to some new activity like consumption of tobacco and alcohol, etc. As the second wave have affected many people, including the ones affected the last year, which shows that there is an increase in the number of cases from 2020 to 2021. Indians learned the new normal, which affected their lifestyle, physical activity, sleep patterns, social life, eating habits. The pandemic has also worsened the mental health condition in Europe. According to WHO, World Health Organization, the population's mental health clearly declined during the COVID-19 crisis. In Belgium, for instance, the prevalence of anxiety has doubled, increased from an average value of 11%, which is 9.5% in 2018, to a value of 23%, which is 20% in April 2020. With younger unemployed people and people living alone showing higher rates of anxiety and depression. The elderly are at higher risk of mental ill health, especially those with dementia, due to anticipated long periods of social distancing and the accompanying isolation and loneliness. To conclude, infodemics is spreading the wrong information, which causes confusion and risk-taking behaviors that can harm health, can lead to mistrust in health authorities and compromises the public health response. We as a society, it's our responsibility to take care of ourselves by not spreading wrong information, wearing masks all the time while going out to meeting someone outside the house, helping others economically, try and plan fun and relaxing activities with children and other family members. It will keep you occupied. If lockdown has negative impact on mental health, then it also has some good impacts too, such as change in eating style. Everybody is now having homemade food, which is good for health. People spending time with family by participating household chores. Incorporate these tips in your daily life to keep anxiety at bay and tide over the lockdown period. COVID-19 has forced an acceleration in innovation in mental health due to the need to deliver services under new
Sorry
models
to
of care.
interrupt you, Manisha. Sorry to interrupt you. Due to shortage of time, please wind up in next 1 minute. It is already too late.
Yes, sir.
Next session at 3 p.m. My humble request, please bind up in within few seconds.
Yes, sir. It is done.
Thank you. Thank you, Manisha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manisha. Now, I would like to thank all the speakers who shared their precious knowledge and made this session truly intriguing. On this note, I would request Dr. Jyotika Tekchandani, our co-chair, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
So thank you so much and a very good afternoon. Whatever questions are there, maybe we can send the message, we can share it in the chat box and the panelists can answer because of the shortage of time. So my deepest gratitude to our founder president, sir, Honorable Chancellor, sir, and Vice Chancellor, madam. This conference would not have been possible without their blessings and unflinching support. Words are inadequate to express our gratitude to our renowned and distinguished chair, Professor Biswajit Das. Thank you so much, sir, for your time, and to all our speakers for their value-creating and informative papers. Most importantly, would like to thank Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, our Director, AISS, and our very own conference convener, Dr. Shruti Singh and Dr. Sheetal Sharma. This conference would also not have been possible without the IT support, and a big thank you to all our participants, our student volunteers, and the audience, and also to my co-chair, Dr. Rakesh Rai. Thank you. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just 1 second, Jyotika, because sir has chaired the entire session. I know the time is really short, but Biswajit sir, can I request you to just have a very, very brief,
You see, actually one gets completely pissed off the way the organizing, because see, I have to sit for the whole 1.5 hours and you have no, comments or anything. It is shocking.
No. Yes,
I mean, you have to change, because a lot of papers are not worth to be incorporated. Let me honestly confess. And also one has to stick to the scope of the whole session, right? Because most of the papers, they don't fit in. And secondly, I would, of course, in spite of all these, I must say that I would congratulate the efforts done by all these people to come out with presentations. But quickly, I must say that probably, I think there is a need of thinking seriously about what is a presentation in a seminar. That's number one. A seminar is basically a seminal presentation. So when you talk about a seminal presentation, you need to have key arguments, questions, and the way you handle in terms of conclusion, rather than making a heavy baggaging and packing of all references and data and so on. You need to speak what exactly you want to say. That's number one. Number two, I think the whole clarity is missing about culture, cultural diversity, and culture. Because culture, I think I would sincerely say, because most of them are students and some of the young faculty, I must tell them to go back and read John J.V. Thompson, and which will give them an extremely clarity about a classical notion of culture, an anthropological notion of culture, a symbolic meaning of culture, a structural meaning of culture. That's number one. That's they need to clearly consult before they get into use and usage of culture. When you talk about cultural diversity, there were a lot of things which were there, which probably I'm trying to miss it here, because the whole idea of multiculture, then again, bringing back about what you call the potpourri of melting pot thesis of United States, I think there is a contrast, and they don't need to club them all together. Then also talking about diversity. Now, when they talk about diversity, I think more is not diverse. They must realize this. More is not diverse. And when you talk about diversity, because we have a strong term called pluralism, I think probably we missed completely. And when we talk about diversity, diversity is a term which has now gone in terms of quantifiable indices. Now, when you talk about, like we use in media diversity, we use diversity in a European context today. So on the one hand, you have a pluralism, on the other hand, you have a diversity. Now in sociology, I think taking back to D.P. Mukherjee and so on, where we started with diversity, but it had a different meaning. I think we need to have a serious engagement with it. But besides, even there are interesting presentations, like for instance, about employment, and but it also does not talk about self-employment and employed by others. Now, the question is happiness. There are so many issues. I think probably we should have addressed to all these rather than listening so many papers, because more or less you find that I think we need to be very careful when we choose papers and for presentations. So there should be a time for discussions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your concise remarks on the form and content of the session. Yes, although of course we are operating within a limited time frame and set of conditions. Thank you very much for being there, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much, the co-chairs also. We'll start without waiting any further. We'll start with the technical session 2. Thank you. So we have Professor Aarti here, Professor Venus Jain, Dr. Mayank. All right. And so, Nehal?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nehal Vijay, Sociology undergraduate student from Amity University. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, and UOMONE module, Center for European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to the second technical session. The theme for this session is Environment, Climate Change, and development. The former president of South Africa and the famous anti-apartheid revolutionist Nelson Mandela once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Despite being a virtual event, opportunities like this helps us to acquire information and knowledge from our fellow colleagues. On this note, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our chair for this session, Professor Dr. Aarti Srivastava. Professor Dr. Aarti Srivastava works in the Department of Higher and Professional Education at National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. Doctorate from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Masters in both Economics and Education. She has worked in premier research institutes such as Institute of Applied Manpower Research, V.V. Giri National Labour Institute, University of Delhi, and Banaras Hindu University. She has closely contributed to the NCF 2005 World Social Science Curriculum, Rockefeller funded project on South Asia, as well as have been trained at IIEP Paris. Currently, she coordinates with the National Resource Center for Education and Leadership Program in collaboration with Oxford University, UK, and Harvard University, USA. Professor Dr. Aarti Srivastava led the inter-ministerial project with the Australian government and was a special invitee at the BRICS President Forum in China. Professor Dr. Aarti Srivastava is on the editorial board of several index journals, apart from having published widely on employability, gender, teaching, learning, and leadership in higher education. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Aarti Srivastava to grace us with a kind words. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Thanks to, first of all, my thanks to Dr. Shruti Singh for having invited me to chair this session, which I think is so important in the current times, because there is a dual relationship between sustainable development and climate change. And this dual relationship is nothing but dovetailing the two, because one leads to the other. And unless and until both work in tandem together, we will find ourselves continuously jeopardized in the long run. So climate policies can be more effective and consistently embedded with broader strategies designed to make national regional development paths more sustainable. Most of the time in gender, we say when gender budgeting came up that, the add and stir will not work. It has to be integrated right from the beginning. So while we are, planning anything, we have to look at what are the climate change, what are the footprints we leave for the next generation, so as to leave the planet a bit more in shape than what we would have done if we were not sensitized to this whole thing. So this whole climate change impacts on development prospects have been described in interagency projects. It's number of people, number of agencies involved will get together to make this climate change really effective. And development will only happen if it is integrated in a very, very balanced way to achieve its outputs. So recognizing the dual relationship, the climate change points to a need to exploration of policies which jointly address not only sustainable development, climate change, and also development as a whole, regional, national, and international. So with this little background, because I know the time is short and we have about 10 presentations, that's what I was told, about 9 minutes each, presentation, and maybe we can have some time for quick Q&A. So with that little introduction, I request the compare of the program to take it further.
Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to welcome our co-chair, Professor Dr. Venus Jain, Professor, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, along with Dr. Mayank Tomar, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Social Sciences. Now, we'll be moving on to the first presenter of the session, for which I invite Dr. Lakshmi M. Paloti, Assistant Professor of Home Science, Government First Grade College for Women, Karnataka, and Dr. Piragauda A. Ghanti, Assistant Professor of English, Government First Grade College for Women, Karnataka. They will be presenting on their paper titled Women, the Hardest Hit of Climate Change. We'll be moving on to the next presenter, Dr. F. Jayashree, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies in Law, School of Law, Mysore. Will be presenting on her paper titled Sustainable Development Goals and Progress with reference to the environment law in India.
Good afternoon, everyone, the session chair and the participants. So my topic is Sustainable Development Goals and Progress with reference to environmental law in India. So there is a problem in sharing the screen. So I will just present my paper. So the sustainable development and the environment and the law in India, what we have to see is that the sustainable development, that is keeping the environment of the that particular countries, the development should be there. So that is the standard of development. But the standard of development has been started slowly decreasing after the independence of India, and the environment, that is importance for the environment, has given less. So the development had been given more importance. So because of that, nowadays we have to have the techniques that the sustainable development on the basis of the environment, where along with hand in hand we have to go both the sustainable development and the environment. With respect to that, whether we are having sufficient laws and enacted legislations in our country, and all along with that, the development goals what we have to have. So that is the reason. So that is in the first phase, that is in 1972 in Stockholm Conference, they have the world, that is all the countries, they have met to do what they have to do with the environmental issues. So with this, I will start my presentation with the introduction of the topic. The sustainable development is development that meets the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development, a concept that emerged in the context of a growing awareness of an imminent ecological crisis, seems to have been one of the driving forces of world history. So in the period around the end of the 20th century, however, as a contemporary word, sustainable development has become rather overworked. We often use it without thinking of its real meaning and implications. So what is development and what is the sustainable development, and all along with that, how the environment we have to protect. So these are all in the, that is speeches only. So any country which has to develop, how it has to develop, that is in reality, that is the main work we have to do. So historical overview, if we take, the idea that civilization has moved, is moving and will move in a desirable direction, has been investigated in terms of scientific, material and moral advancement in pre-modern times. Thinking about progress slowly started surfacing. So Western modernity and belief in progress are almost synonymous. During the Renaissance, the idea of cyclical resources were propagated, but Reformation thinkers recovered their belief in the linear progress of humanity. So that is, progress of humanity is very much essential. That is, it is not at the cost of the environment, but it is at the cost of the sustainable development with the environment. The link between progress and modern empirical and the exact science was consolidated, and the conviction that science was the golden avenue to the future and would give humankind mastery over nature grew stronger. So that is the historical overview in short. And what exactly the sustainable development? Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. So this is the saying of Mahatma Gandhi ji. With the ever-growing economies and the need and the greed for more, the doctrine of sustainable development becomes the most relevant principle in today's times. The doctrine of sustainable development has most commonly been defined as the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations. So that is keeping everything for the future generation, even the environment for the future generation, to meet their own needs. It contains two key concepts: the concept of needs, in particular, the essential needs of the world's poor, to which overriding priority should be given, and the idea of limitations imposed by the state of technology and social organization on the environment's ability to meet present and future needs. So this definition emanates from our common future, as also on the Bertrand report published by World Commission on Environment and Development in 1987. For the first time, the doctrine of sustainable development was discussed in the Stockholm Declaration of 1972. Thereafter, in 1987, the World Commission on Environment and Development submitted its report, which is also known as Brundtland Commission report, where an effort was made to link economic development and environment protection. So in 1992, Rio Declaration on Environment and Development codified the principle of sustainable development. So that is the effort at the world level, in the level of the United Nations Organization, where collectively they have taken the care of environmental protection all along with the sustainable development, keeping the ecology as it is for the future generation. So that was the need that has came up with the 1972 and 1992 conferences. So establishment of the National Green Tribunal. So what is the step that has been taken by India for the same? So that is with regard to these two conferences and the urge of the United Nations Organization that is giving much importance for keeping the environment intact. So that is National Green Tribunal has been established. So for the environment and human rights due to unchecked and rampant industrialization and the decisions taken at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment held at Stockholm in 1972, as well as the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development held at 1992. To both of which conferences, India was a party. The legislature enacted the National Green Tribunal Act 2010. So the National Green Tribunal was established for effective and expeditious disposal of cases, so that is which are harming the environment, so that is which are violating the Environmental Protection Act. So Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. So what are the goals that can be achieved through the protection of the environment and also with the sustainable development? The United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, so that is 2012, laid down the 17 Sustainable Development Goals to encounter the urgent environmental, economic, and political challenges being faced by the world. 17 goals were set. So what are the 17 goals that have been set by the United Nations Organization for the Sustainable Development? So that is to end poverty, zero hunger, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities, so sustainable cities and communities. So that these are the things, and responsible consumption and production. So this is very important, responsible consumption and production. So all the 17 goals, they are basing on this only. So responsibility should be there for the nations how to use the environment. So climate action, life below water and life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions and partnership for the goals. So that is the strong partnership for the attainment of the goals is very important. So that is nations have to make efforts in that regard. So that is next is combating the climate change. So how to cope up with the climate change? So climate change is a global phenomenon which transcends national boundaries. So there is no limitation for national boundaries for the climate change. We cannot put the barriers for the air, water, or sun. So emissions anywhere affect people everywhere, and hence it's a global issue which requires global solution. International cooperation between all nations is required to help developing nations become green or low carbon economies. The rich nations must help developing nations such as India in moving towards low carbon economies. The rich countries have a larger role to play and must commit to lowering their carbon footprint and help the developing nations, that is monetarily. And by way of exporting technical know-how to developing nations, commitment to climate change can be secured from all nations, basis principles of climate justice and principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. So next is the Paris Agreement, where it has been taken in the year 2015. So same again, in the agreement, all countries have agreed to work to limit the global rising temperature. So the Paris Agreement was adopted by 185 nations in December and will come into force when 55 countries, which contribute to at least 55% of total global emissions, ratify the agreement. This agreement is kept open for signature at the United Nations headquarters. So in New York for 1 year, that is waiting for the nations to sign for this. So this is like a failure. That is, the nations are not ready to make all these things that is in the world arena. So the implementation of the Paris Agreement in letter and spirit is essential for the achievement of sustainable development goals. As set by the United Nations, this Paris Agreement provides for climate actions to be implemented by ratifying nations, which will reduce emissions and build climate resilience. So this is there. So with regard to this, according to the Paris Agreement, is based on voluntary action and commitment made by each country based on its respective national circumstances, being the intended nationally determined contribution. So and does not impose legally binding emission reduction targets like that is in Kyoto Protocol. So India and sustainable development goals. How India is moving towards the sustainable development goals that we have to see. So India submitted INDC on the 2015 and Conference of Parties in Paris and ratified the Paris Agreement 2016. So India in its
Sorry to interrupt you, Jayashree ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you, but please try to conclude because we limit the time. Yeah.
Okay, I am going to conclude, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
All the developments the India is making that we know. So that is many development goals has been made to the 2030 and also with the 2016. So what my conclusion is that a large population of India is dependent upon agrarian economy and lives in vast coastal areas and Himalayas region. India is highly vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change. However, India also has 30% of its population under poverty, 20% living without proper housing, 25% living without electricity, and is a growing economy. Thus, economic and infrastructural development is critical too. So that is hand in hand, the moving of sustainable development and the environment keeping the protection of both. So going hand in hand is a little bit difficult, but anyhow, we have to achieve the goals. So 2030 goals, many plans have been made by the government. So let us hope they will keep the environment intact and they will they will achieve their goals. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll be moving on to the next presenter, for which I'll be inviting Dr. Rakesh Rai, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida, and Mr. Amarjit Singh, MS Sociology, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida. And they will be presenting on their paper titled Changing Status of Women in India, a journey from ancient to contemporary times.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, organizing members and participants. I, Amarjit Singh, will be presenting on the topic Changing Status of Women in India, a journey from ancient to contemporary times. The all-round development of a society requires full participation by all sections of the population, including women. The provision of opportunities for full development of the potentialities of women is more important. This principle is also enshrined in the UN Declaration on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. If we talk about the depiction of women in different world religions, then in Hinduism, she was prevented from studying the Vedas or performing any sacrifices. According to Manu, a woman must never be independent. And also one of the Manu's codes goes further to mention that by a girl or by a young woman or by a woman advanced in years, nothing must be done even in her own dwelling place according to her pleasure. In Islam, men and women are also considered as equal, but in course of time, women were accorded an inferior position in many respects. Thus, various societies all over the world supported subjugation of women in one form or another. In the 19th and 20th centuries, reform movements were launched by the Brahmo Samaj and Arya Samaj among the Hindus, and similar movements in other communities against evil practices like child marriage, and consequently the Child Marriage Act fixing the minimum age of marriage at 14 was passed in 1872. After that, the Special Marriage Act 1954 fixes the minimum age at 21 and 18 for males and females respectively. And the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, which is an important social legislation that unfortunately could not achieve its purpose due to the lack of public awareness. So this evil can be reduced or ultimately eradicated if the social conscience is awakened And ministries like Agriculture and Community Development, Health and Family Welfare, Human Resource Development, Department of Women and Child Development have also developed welfare centers to improve women's earning capacity through training programs. If we talk about the contemporary times during COVID-19 pandemic in India, women make up 70% of frontline workers in the health and social sector in various occupations such as doctors, nurses, ASHA workers, A&M workers, school teachers who are distributing PDS grains and working in the COVID-19 detection centers. And the unpaid care work of women in the informal economy has also increased due to the pandemic, as schools, balwadis, anganwadis of ICDS centers have been closed. And most of the frontline health workers, Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers under National Rural Health Mission and sanitation workers employed are women. And as they are not regularized, so they are not even treated as workers. And moreover, even after working for long hours and under direct exposure to health hazards and possibility of COVID-19 infection, they do not get even minimum wages stipulated by the government. And the impact of shift in priorities of the public health services regarding non-coronavirus patients resulted in total neglect of pregnant women in need of reproductive health care services, resulting in maternal and neonatal mortality and morbidity. Contemporary European scenario. European member states recorded an increase in domestic violence cases, and domestic violence in France increased by 32% during the first week of the lockdown. Ireland also saw a five-fold increase, and Spain also reported an 18% rise in calls during the first fortnight of the lockdown. And the restrictions have also made it harder for victims to get help during the lockdown period. And at the same time, greater internet use during the pandemic has increased online gender-based violence. Around 86% of personal care workers in health services are women. And with the pandemic, women in these sectors saw a huge rise in workload, health risk, and challenges to work-life balance. And women are overrepresented in sectors that are worst affected by the COVID-19 crisis, like retail, hospitality care, and domestic work, because these jobs cannot be done remotely. And according to a 2020 study, found that men greatly outnumber women in the bodies created to respond to the pandemic. Because of the 115 national dedicated COVID-19 task forces in 87 countries, including 17 European Union member states, 85% were made up mainly of men and 11% comprised mainly women. And at the political level also, only 30% of health ministers in the European Union are women. To conclude, in India and in Europe, similar trends are seen in terms of how women have been negatively affected during the pandemic, which shows that the situation is same no matter how developed a region may be. And gender-based disparity has also increased during the pandemic, which shows that our current policies are not enough to raise awareness on the issues. So parents must change their attitudes to their children and bring them up in a way that reflects equality. In particular, daughters must have equal access to the same quality, quantity, and type of education as sons. Equality and respect for rights must become values that guide and shape personal relations between women and men of all ages. And relationships based on inequality and exploitation must be transformed into relationships of equality and mutuality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to make a small announcement. The participants are requested to maintain the stipulated time of 7 to 9 minutes. Now, we're moving on to the next presenter. The next presenter is Dr. Jyoti Ahlwat, Postdoctorate Fellow, University of Victoria, Canada. will be presenting on her paper titled Feminizing the Digital Divide During COVID-19 in India. Then we'll be moving on to our next presenter, Ms. Bhagyanagar Vipanchika Sahasri, MA Political Science, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, will be presenting on her paper titled The Limits to Scrutinization of Environment.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. It is called The Limits to Securitization of the Environment. Let me share my presentation. I hope it is visible. Is it? Hello?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Right.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, the limits to securitization of the environment. In the light of a continuing debate between the West and the global South countries, this descriptive paper seeks to answer the following questions. What is securitization and how did the environment come to be securitized? Is it true that climate change will necessarily make Europe overburdened with the conflict and refugee crisis associated with it? If yes, why is the global South concerned with securitization, which is expected to tackle not just the problem, but also the expected consequences? If no, what are the demerits of securitization of the environment? And finally, is it possible for global South countries to desecuritize this issue? The origin of this debate between the northern and southern countries is located in the rise of nationalism by few. From this standpoint, it becomes extremely difficult to proceed to understand whether securitization of the environment or its desecuritization is the right approach in formulating global action against climate change. As securitization of the environment has entered its fourth decade now, this study undertakes the project of analyzing the problematic effects of applying security logic against the possible advantages. The theory of securitization is propounded by Copenhagen School. Securitization theory primarily indicates that security issue is not a given. They are rather constructed as being important by the securitizing actor. They would employ extraordinary measures by using that exception. Securitization is seen by the school as negative. It is seen as failure to deal with the normal politics. By labeling something as security, an agent claims a need for and a right to treat it by extraordinary means. Securitization can happen in 5 sectors. Environment is one of them. Our Common Future report released by WCED is considered the first step in securitizing the environment. It is stressed in this report that scarcity of resources can result in violent conflicts across the globe. This way, the report positioned the environment in the paradigm of threat to international peace and security. Usually, environment-related issues have been dealt by organizations specifically formed to deal with them, like UNFCCC, UNEP, etc. But in 2007, a major change was witnessed in the security discourse when the UNSC discussed climate change. It is then followed by 2011, 2018, and 2020 discussions. The fourth assessment report of IPCC 2007 framed climate change as a non-linear issue. Securitization has its own merits. To perceive something as a risk or a threat will help overcome it by creating institutions and perhaps welfare mechanisms that are designed to overcome them. It becomes instrumental in social and political mobilization. But the developed countries' environment as security idea is part of a conflict discourse. Conflict discourse juxtaposes the idea of national state security with the individual security. This juxtaposition of environment with conflict refugee narrative is widely criticized as being counterproductive and could lead to unnecessary militarization of the environment. Such a discourse is part of us versus them understanding. Such an understanding simply degenerates into pointing fingers at the threats coming from outside the national borders. Looking at it through this framework, it is likely that one's attention is steered away from their contribution to environmental problems. It may also stall the democratic discussions on the issue. This is precisely the concern of the southern countries. In 2020 UNSC debate, India asked a question that needs a bit of pondering. Do we want to treat poverty and subsistence agriculture as peace and security issues? It is clear how environment-related issues are seen by southern countries, including India and China. It is seen as socio-economic and development issue rather than a security issue. In praxis, environmental security did not, take the shape of militarized shape, nor did the securitizing actors take exceptional measures. Trombetta suggests that the logic of prevention and management prevails in environmental securitization over the traditional Copenhagen School's logic of contingency and emergency. If that is the case, why securitization at all? Did securitization result in effective environmental policies? Warner and Bose suggest that securitization simply backfired. They have observed 2 cases. One is UK Commonwealth Office and the other is Netherlands Delta Commission. They have interviewed the securitizing actors and the audience. They have come to a conclusion that not only did such grand narratives could come up with only mundane aims and actions to mitigate the problem, but also because of this over-dramatization, the audiences were skeptical of even those very mundane actions and have outrightly rejected them. In the Dutch case, audience became disinterested in the doomsday discourse after a short while. This threats with enemies discourse creates an adverse impact on the policy implementation. The audience may tend to worry about the would-be apocalypse and they may get insecuritized. This insecurity is a feeling of hopelessness and helplessness that will encourage inactivity. Inactivity will not solve the serious effects of climate change, but a serious engagement and positive action towards it will. It is clear that securitization invokes two logics, a logic of exception and a logic of routine from among the audience. So now, is it possible to desecuritize the environment then? The Copenhagen School sees securitization as a negative and advocates desecuritization. To be precise, they seek less security and more politics. If securitization is an attempt to elevate the issue over and above normal politics, those wanting to successfully demolish this issue could bring back the issue to political arena. Going by the logic of language theory employed by Copenhagen School, theoretically speaking, desecuritizing is not an option. Though it is tricky to escape this paradox in theory, one can wait to see how the praxis will unfold. I would like to conclude my presentation by pointing out 4 limitations. Security is about survival. Thus, it invokes extraordinary measures to combat the problem, but for waiver, climate securitization is all dressed up and no way to go. Environmental sector is an altogether unique example of how securitization has unfolded. While there is plenty of rhetoric, its manifestation is not anywhere near what the theory has expected. The process of securitization in the environmental sector appears to be slower compared to other sectors. As is elaborated in the discussion, there are primarily 4 limitations. Firstly, there has been a creation of us versus them discourse where a gap between northern and southern countries has been created and the site for cooperation in such circumstances has been steadily evaporating. Secondly, unlike what the theory propounds, exceptional measures are not employed to control the threat emanating from environmental disasters. Third, simple codification of environment as a threat is not showing any results. More so, it is seen to be backfiring, sometimes by creating insecurities. Third, flowing from the second observation, if exceptional measures are taken up as a part of securitization, that may soon escalate to militarization of the environment like it happened with all other sectors. Perhaps the next step to halting democratic discussions on climate is militarization. Militarizations would mean an ultimate breakdown of democratic ethos. And fourth, security logic seeks only to protect what is. It is status quoist approach. Climate change needs much more than simple defending. It needs positive action towards transforming the existing relations of domination between man and nature. The trends of environmental security in the last 3 decades have been more concerned with security than with the environment. Limited attention to conflict can potentially downplay the wider implications of climate change. This view may distract the world countries from doing what is most needed, the creation and development of adaptive capabilities of developing countries that are forced to face the wrath of climate change more so due to their domestic socio-economic conditions. The logic of enemy is interwoven into logic of security. To address the problem of climate change, cooperation becomes important, not the invocation of logics of war or enemy. As Dewdney suggested, ecological awareness should be linked to powerful values of human desires and aspirations to protect their environment and nature, not to any regressive security logic. Thank you very much.
My apologies. The next presenter is Ms. Khushbu, PhD research scholar, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar, Central University, Lucknow, School of Law. Will be presenting on her paper titled Impact of COVID-19, especially on health and well-being.
Good evening, esteemed chair and co-chair, and my dear participants. My research paper is based upon impact of COVID-19 on sustainable development goals, especially on SDG 3, health and well-being. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development involves a shared vision of peace and prosperity for planet. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals emphasizes the development of humans without the ruin of the nature. Unlike its predecessor, the Millennium Development Goals, the SDGs set standards not only for emerging and developing countries, but also for industrialization nations. The key areas to focus under SDG 2030 are 5 pillars: people from goals 1 to 6, prosperity from goals 7 to 11, planet from goal 12 to 15, peace from goal 16, and partnership for goal 17. The government under these major categories allocates budgets for different industries in order to achieve its goals. Targets of SDG 3. By 2030, reduce the global maternity mortality ratio to less than 70 per 100,000 live births. By 2030, end preventable deaths of newborns and children under 5 years of age, with all the countries aiming to reduce neonatal mortality to at least low as 12 per 1,000 live births, and under 5 mortality at least as low as 25 per 1,000 live births. By 2030, end the epidemics of AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and neglected tropical diseases, and combat hepatitis, waterborne diseases, and other communicable diseases. By 2030, reduce 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable diseases through prevention and treatment, and promote mental health and well-being. To strengthen the prevention and treatment of substance abuse, including narcotic drug abuse and harmful use of alcohol. By 2020, halve the number of global deaths and injuries from road traffic accidents. By 2030, ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive healthcare services, including for family planning, information and education, and the integration of reproductive health into national strategies and programs. Achieve universal health coverage, including financial risk protection, access to quality essential healthcare services, and access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medical and vaccines for all. By 2030, substantially reduce the number of deaths and illnesses from hazardous chemicals and air, water, and soil pollution and contamination. There are goals and instruments within the goal. It is to strengthen the implementation of WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control in all countries as appropriate, support the research and development of vaccines and medicines for the communicable and non-communicable diseases that primarily affected developing countries, providing access to affordable essential medicines and vaccines, in according with Doha Declaration on the TRIPS Agreement and Public Health, which affirms the right of developing countries to use the provision in agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. Substantially increase the health financing and the recruitment, development, training, and retention of the health workforce in developing countries, especially in least developed countries and small island developing states. Strengthen the capacities of all the countries, in particular developing countries, for early warning, risk reduction, and management of national and global health risks. The impact of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has unprecedented effects on human development. According to UNDP, global human development, which is a combination of education, health, and living standards, could descend this year for the first time since 1990, when measurements began. The Sustainable Development Goal Report 2020, which talks of tentative but inadequate growth and cautions of impact of the coronavirus pandemic. According to the report, COVID-19 threatens to reverse the progress of SDG 3, which aims to ensure good health and well-being for all. According to the report, during the crisis, 70 countries have paused childhood vaccination programs, and in many places, health services for cancer screening, family planning, or non-COVID infection diseases have been interrupted or are being neglected. Health service disruptions could reverse decades of improvement, warns the report. This affects population health for years to come. Definition of wellness and its role in COVID-19. Well-being or wellness features the harmony of the body, mind, and spiritual responsibility, physical fitness, healthy nutrition, relaxation, meditation, mental activity, education, environmental sensitivity, and social contacts as fundamental elements. It has 8 major determinants, namely mental, physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, environmental, occupational, and financial. COVID-19 has adverse effects on all forms of wellness, especially the mental wellness. Sense of uncertainty, anxiety, fear due to physical distancing and lockdowns, isolation, loneliness, lack of social support, especially in youth, children, and elderly, increased violence and domestic violence, lack of access to social security and health services, loss of job, unemployment, increased risk behaviors such as alcohol consumption, smoking, unhealthy eating, lack of access to treatment to individual health services at the PSCs, continuation of treatment for chronic mental health patients, lack of services for persons with dementias, etc. Apart from impact of COVID-19 on well-being of the common masses, tremendous pressure is being felt on the healthcare professionals and delivery systems. Healthcare workers have tremendous psychological impacts. They experience fatigue, heat stress, skin damage from working in PPE kits, back injury from patient handling, slips, trips, and falls, and widely evident among the healthcare givers. Healthcare institutions suffer badly as well. Entire wards and ICUs are jam-packed by patients, high level of contamination in the staff members, either high or low bed occupancy. Healthcare workforce keeps fluctuating due to infections. This is a bar chart of non-communicable diseases services that are being disrupted. As you can see, rehabilitation services are partially disrupted by 50%, fully disrupted by 15%. Hypertension management is partially disrupted by 50%, fully disrupted by 5%. Diabetes and diabetic complication management is partially disrupted by 48% and fully disrupted by 1 to 2%. Asthma services, which is partially disrupted by 45% and 5% fully disrupted. The palliative care services, which is partially disrupted by 41% and fully disrupted by 8%. The urgent dental care is partially disrupted by 35% and fully disrupted by 5%. Cancer treatment is partially disrupted by 40% and fully disrupted by 1%. Cardiovascular emergencies are being disrupted partially by 30% and 0.5 to 1% fully. My objectives and to analyze the impacts of COVID-19 on SDG 3, to analyze the status of wellness or well-being during COVID-19. On this basis, on the basis of objectives of this of the studies, descriptive research design has been extensively used. Use of secondary data sources from internet journal, book, government reports, newspapers, etc. were taken into considerations. My finding and suggestions in the paper were, in order to overcome disparities, resurgence or recurrence of waves of COVID-19 need to be addressed. Nations should ensure access to vaccination and pharmaceuticals. Health and wellness should be top priority in the political agendas. There has to be a monitor key indicators in SDGs as key impact indicators. And one has to ensure the goal of universal health coverage is to ensure that all people obtain health services they need without suffering the financial hardship they are paying for.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll be moving on to the next presenter, for which I'll be inviting Ms. Shefali Gupta, PhD scholar, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida, and Dr. Rakesh Rai, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida. And they will be presenting on their paper titled Migrant Workers and Pandemic Crisis, a Sociological Study.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shefali Gupta, and my topic is Migrant Workers and Pandemic Crisis, a Sociological Study. The human migration, it is a significant aspect of social science, and it is the oldest action against poverty. The word migration, it can be defined as the movement from one country, place, or locality to another place, and it's usually to search for the work. India, the factors affecting the migration can be either the push or the pull type of factors. For a developing country like India, the migration is more of a push type, which is induced by factors like unemployment, regional disparities, family movement, marriage, natural calamities, etc. And for the developed countries, it is basically a pull factor like your prosperity, safety, freedom, etc. A significant trademark for the characteristic features for the internal migration is your age selectivity of the migrants. Generally, the young people are more mobile. Also, a major part of female migration occurs at this stage, which is consequential to their marriage. So people, they have the tendency to move between their teens and early mid-30s. Another important characteristic is that migrants have the tendency to move more frequently to the places where they already have contacts and their known person is working in that place. For example, few hotels in Jaipur, they have the chefs and the waiters working there from a particular sublocale from Kumaon area, and the agrarian workers in Punjab and Haryana are mostly from Bihar and Eastern Uttar Pradesh. Now the trends in internal migration, as it was indicated in 2011, around 450 million interior workers in India by the spot of last residence metric, 37.7% of the absolute population. Now, based on the census, so around 600 million internal migrants are were estimated in 2020. So among this, 33% are between the state and between locales, which record to 200 million. And inside this 200 million, 66% are assessed to be the transient labors that generally comprise 140 million. So 12% of the total internal migrants are long distance interstate migrants, which when compared to other developing countries like Brazil and China is quite low. So most importantly, the reason being non-portability of social security benefits like your subsidized food procured through the public distribution system, constraints on the job at the place of work due to domicile restrictions. Now, understanding of this pandemic crisis. Somewhere in late 2019, a new strain of virus called the novel coronavirus was first reported in Wuhan city of China, which belonged to the zoonotic infection, the same family as that of SARS and MERS. The lockdown was a major step that was undertaken by various governments across the world so that the chain of the spread of corona could be stopped. In India, the COVID-19 was a misfortune that migrant workers were regularly slandered and blamed unjustly for the spread of infection. The poor and marginalized people, which include the migrant workers of India, are the hardest hit due to this crisis. Several migrants, they died due to the reasons like starvation, exhaustion, suicide, road and rail accidents, police brutality. Now, the declaration of overall lockdown, it led to the mass departure and reverse migration of the skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled workers from the major urban areas back to their hometown without any food and money. As per an estimate putting together, the number of short-term, seasonal, circular and long-term occupational vulnerable workers gives us about 128 million workers whose livelihoods has been adversely impacted with the onset of COVID-19. Now, the gender aspect of COVID-19, the effect and ramifications of COVID-19 is diverse for people, that is male and female, and it may make more noteworthy imbalances for individuals who are in weak positions like migrant women. The experience and effect of COVID-19 on women migrants are not the same as their male counterparts. The women, they outnumber men in internal migration, which is identified as a major part of marriage or associational migration. Now, the study which was conducted by Agnihotri, it pointed out that the movement of women is generally oriented towards struggle with social, economic, political forces, along with policies that impact internal migration patterns and their results for women. Inside the 2 months of lockdown, 4 in every working women lost their employment, which is in excess of 17 million. At this point, it is vital to identify the 3 main categories of vulnerable women. Now, these 3 can be classified as first one are those women who are often left out due to the male migration. The second group of women is that of the single women migrant laborers who have migrated alone from the rural area to the urban areas of employment opportunities and economic benefits. And the third group and the only visible group of women migrant are those who have migrated along with their spouse. Now, the challenges for the migrant women, it can be explained by the loss of livelihood, reduced remittances, stress on care and domestic workers, limited freedom of movement, and violence against women migrant workers. Association with migrant workers, COVID-19 pandemic has serious and tremendous mental health implications as it is spreading rapidly. One of the most neglected and vulnerable community of our society, the internal migrants, they are more prone to development of the psychological ill effects of COVID-19. As they are, due to the lockdown, they are banned on traveling, lack of work and no financial means to meet their daily need like food and other essentials have resulted in high level of anxiety. And the challenge, so the mental illness among the migrants, the predisposing factors are susceptibility for new communicable diseases, pre-existing occupational morbidities as a risk factor, absence of family members and caretakers during crisis, proneness to developing common mental disorders, pre-existing mental health issues. Social exclusion, barriers to access the psychiatric consultation, economic constraints, absence of effective laws. Now, the policies and legal frameworks, Article 19 of our Constitution guarantees all its citizens the freedom to move, work and reside in any part of the country. The process of codification of central labor laws into 4 labor codes began in 2014.
My apologies. Okay, for the next presentation, I'll be inviting Ms. Tripti Chaudhary PhD research scholar, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, and will be presenting on her paper titled India and Europe Strategy for Gender Equality in the Post-Pandemic Era.
Okay, so very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank Amity University and Jean Monnet for providing me this opportunity. I would also like to thank the organizers for their constant help and our humble chairs for chairing the session. The topic that I have chosen for today's conference is India and Europe Strategy for Gender Equality in the Post-Pandemic Era. On 11th March 2020, as we all know, the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 outbreak a global pandemic and called on states to take urgent actions to tackle it. Women, as always, were the first ones to bear the damage. Majority of women around the globe make up of workers in the frontline sectors. And in spite of risking their lives by being at the forefront at the pandemic, they also suffered hugely because of large-scale unemployment. In India, it is estimated that 17 million women lost their jobs in 2020 alone, and the level of unemployment rose by 15%. In Europe also, the trend suggests that the job loss rate for women is 1.8 times greater than that of men. Financially, women in India have had to bear the brunt of the pandemic much more than Europe. Also because women in India suffer from a wide gender gap, be it in terms of access to education, differential wage structure, or gendered employment. Being at the forefront of the pandemic and bearing the huge job loss, even women had to be, major incidents of domestic abuse as well. As stated by European Agency for Fundamental Rights, women are more likely to experience incidents of violence occurring within the household of sexual nature and perpetrated more often by a family member or relative. So through this presentation, I would like to trace the impact of pandemic on women in various socio-economic aspects, then the lack of women in leadership roles, India and Europe strategy to deal with gender discrimination, and strategies that we can adopt to have a more gender equal world post-pandemic. Moving on to the impact of women in pandemic. According to Global World Values Survey, more than half the respondents in many countries in South Asia have agreed that men have had more right to a job than women when jobs are scarce. The same view was shared by respondents in developed countries as well. This helps us understand the ingrained patriarchal mindset at play here. The impact that one can see in different socio-economic aspects of life, to begin with the unpaid labor and huge job loss. Around the world, women carry out far more care work than men, up to 10 times as much, according to the OECD, that is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Across the OECD, on average, at just over 4 hours per day, women systematically spend around 2 hours per day more on unpaid work than men. The share of unpaid care work in regions like South Asia, Middle East, and North Africa is as high as 80 to 90%, as done by a McKinsey report. COVID has disproportionately increased the time women spend on family responsibility by an estimated 30%. In the context of the COVID-19 crisis, the fear is that gender employment gaps like these leave women more vulnerable than men to job losses. Many of the industries are major employers of women, where women make up to 47% of employment in the air transport industry, 53% in food and beverage services, 60% in accommodation services. These industries had to lay off women on a large scale because of the consequences faced by the pandemic. Heightened domestic violence and sexual exploitation being the second impact that one has seen during the pandemic. The National Commission for Women, that is the NCW in India, received a large number of distress calls during 2020 lockdown seeking help. The pandemic resulted in job loss and caused stress for women alike, but domestic violence affected women adversely, leading to further subjugation of women. History has time and again shown us over centuries how women are usually the first victims of any calamities or outbreaks. The Ebola outbreak in West Africa in 2014-15 showed the world that women and girls experience higher rates of sexual violence and abuse during the outbreak than in the preceding years. Financial insecurity is also one of the major reasons for women to stay in abusive relationships, since They have job insecurities, higher unemployment rates, which makes them to be at the hand of the abusers. The abuser can also use the virus further to isolate the victim from family, friends, and social networks. According to a report conducted by Center for Global Development, there are 9 pathways linking pandemics and violence against women. Some of them that I would like to point out are economic insecurity and poverty-related stress, quarantines and social isolation, exposure to exploitative relationships, reduced health availability, exposure to violence and coercion, inability of women to escape abusive partners. Now let's move on to the lack of women in leadership roles. Despite the WHO recognizing that women must be included in decision-making bodies established specifically for COVID-19 do not reflect a gender balance between men and women. According to the UN Gender Social Norms Index, more than 50% of men and women around the world believe that men are better political leaders than women. This belief is reflected in the gender balance of parliaments worldwide, with women comprising only 24.5% of parliamentarians. Of 115 national dedicated COVID-19 task forces in 87 countries, including 17 EU member states, 85.2% were made up mainly of men, and only 11.4% comprised mainly of women. Now moving on to the India and Europe strategy to deal with gender discrimination. Gender equality has never been so high up on the EU's political agenda, and the Commission to address gender equality has made significant efforts to implement the gender equality strategy, which was adopted 1 year ago. It was adopted to monitor and track progress in each of the 27 member states of the Union. The Commission then launched a gender equality monitoring panel. We all know that Indian informal economy employs nearly 81% of the country's workforce, and an overwhelming majority of working women in India are employed in this sector. The pandemic led to increase in workload for women, which led them to a huge rate of job losses. While the EU is a global leader in gender equality and has made significant progress in the last 2 decades, majority women graduate from universities there earn on average 16% less than men, and only 8% of CEOs of the EU's largest companies are women. To address this, the Gender Equality Strategy 2020-25 sets out key actions for the next 5 years and commits to ensure the Commission will include an equality perspective in all EU policy areas. In December 2020, EU marked 2 important milestones to support the digital transformation of the Global South. The first one is the approval of the NDICI regulation, that is, the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument, which will be used to further fund to the EU's partner countries for poverty reduction and sustainable development. Second one is the launch of Digital for Development Hub as a global multi-stakeholder platform for digital partnerships and investments. The EU also recently released its Gender Action Plan, that is the GAP3, as per which 85% of all new external actions will contribute to gender equality and empowerment as a significant objective or as a principal objective by 2025. The GAP3 gives a vision of an equal world where all issues related to gender will be given a platform, and EU would partner with associations like ASEAN and help them in their fight for gender equality. While COVID deepened the digital gender divide across developing countries, EU can bring these countries back on the surge of inclusive and fair digital transformation by embedding gender equality in its Digital for Development agenda. EU will work with India to promote common global agendas on human rights and democracy, gender equality, and women's empowerment.
Sorry, please try to conclude.
Yes, sir, I'm just doing that.
Yeah.
Now moving on to the strategies to have a gender equal world post-pandemic. In order to have a gender equal world and to regain the loss done by the pandemic, the following steps can be adopted, like addressal of unpaid care, which is done majorly by women, tax policies or state-funded provision of childcare, measures to change norms about childcare responsibilities, usually that is left with women. Maybe it's high time we share the burden and include that to men as well. Closing the gender gap is an urgent priority in the pandemic. Address of attitudinal biases, and getting rid of gender-specific role. The real challenge at hand is to build back what has been lost over more than a year in the field of women's equality because of the pandemic. But at the same time, we learned the shortcomings because of the pandemic, like the reasons which prevented women from having equal rights and opportunities. It also taught us how we need to view policies and create vision from a gendered perspective. In my conclusion, I would like to say that Europe has a special responsibility here as a global developmental leader. From ensuring humanitarian developmental response to COVID, it should also strengthen girls' access to education and healthcare. There are some options which can be adopted by countries, not only in India and Europe, but across the world to make gender equality a reality than a far-fetched dream. Like work from home options should be encouraged to have a balance between professional and personal lives, allowing re-entry and training for women, adopt an intersectional approach of designing policies. That is, we can include women of color, women under spectrum, women with disabilities to be also a part of the policies, support survivors of domestic violence by having more policies which are apt for them, encouraging men to engage in unpaid care work so that burden is not left on women alone and they can also move ahead in their dreams and in their roles as leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, we'll be moving on to the next presenter, for which I'll be inviting Mr. Amit Ghosh, research scholar, the West Bengal National University of Judicial Science, Kolkata, and Ms. Shimul Datta, research scholar, the Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property Law, IIT Kharagpur. And they will be presenting on the paper titled Conundrum of Climate Change to Trafficking in West Bengal.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amit Ghosh. I'll be presenting this paper. And the title of the paper is Conundrum of Climate Change to Trafficking in West Bengal. This paper specifically says about the trafficking, how is it made, and how climate change has evolved and how they have affected. But the governmental policy and the laws are missing the climate change effect. So as the definition of says that human trafficking is the recruitment and transportation and transfer of harboring the people. And section 370 of IPC also defines about what do you mean by trafficking. But in this definition part, climate change or any kind of push factor has not been evolved. It only says about post-harm situation. Next, the methodology which we have used, there is a qualitative approach for investigation technique in this analysis. And the primary data which we have collected in the two districts of West Bengal, namely North Chব্বিশ পরগনা and South Chব্বিশ পরগনা, which are bordering with West Bengal. And the researcher has conducted in the form of discussion between the researcher and the respondent. And the purposive sampling method has been used, which is non-probability sampling. Research question which are says about the push factor in the state of affair, which puts the state of West Bengal in the top notches of child trafficking. Because according to the NCRB, National Crime Record Bureau data, West Bengal has been in the front runner for trafficking cases. Next, are the laws sufficiently to deter and minimize the trafficker and other form of deprivation that are made to the child? Next, how far anti-human trafficking, which is a exclusive body to deal with the trafficking cases, how they are doing in the West Bengal. And the debate, the normative debate says about that climate refugee and climate change, which is one of the biggest humanitarian challenge of today. Till date, it has been considered as a significant due to there has not been any international framework also to address this climate refugee as a problem. Because being a border district, there are a lot of people which comes from Bangladesh, but they are considered as a foreigners or they are tried in a foreign tribunals. There are different laws for them. But irrespective of them, there are some causes which that climate has, due to the climate change, they have been forced to migrate from their own country to this country. So how can we disseminate or differentiate between them? Now, the climate change is not uniform, but it is a global problem, and it has affected our as a developing country to us also. India has not secluded from the transition of climate change. India is one of the most heated country with the cyclones for nearly in the last 5 years, which has been in the newspaper also. Today, when I'm presenting this paper, and the cyclone Yash has hit West Bengal once again. And the government has said about that emergency situation has been called off. So for 2-3 days, it may happen that all the electricity and water will not be given to us in the border district specifically. Next, what is the rate of crime and what are the analysis which has been done? It is the data which is collected from the National Crime Record Bureau by the Ministry of Home Affairs. You can see in the data that 2016, the total reported case was 8,000. And out of this, only 163 has been convicted. Whereas in West Bengal, there are 3,579 cases of human trafficking and only 23 cases has been convicted. Next, in 2017, it is 2,854 cases and 164 only convicted. And 357 is the cases reported in 2017, only 2 cases has been convicted. So there is huge gap. What I mean to say that there is a huge gap between the reporting of cases and also from the conviction rate. Next, my case studies, which has been revealed in 2 districts, which says that I have conducted total 73 survivors, those who are present in these 2 districts. Out of which, in South Shoshona, I have interviewed 24 survivors, and in North Shoshona, I have interviewed 49 survivors. So out of that, you can see that in North Shoshona, mainly 85% are sex workers. But whereas in South Shoshona, it is 70%. Other form of deprivation says about child labor are there, and another dance bar. Mainly this North Shoshona area, there are girls are there, those who are forced for in the search of money that they will be given job as a dancer in some big cities, but they have been forced as a dance bar, and ultimately there are lead to the prostitution also. Next, sociological aspect, which says about that in North and South, in both in these 2 districts, which I have conducted the survey, majority of the survivors are Muslim. For an example, in North is 67.3% and in South Shoshona it is 66.7%, and rest are Hindus. Next, the education background which present in this survivor, mainly there are majority of the survivors are having only primary education. Mainly, and secondary, they are illiterate, and only few, there are the minuscule, they have gone to colleges. Only 2.2% is in present in North Shoshona and 4.2%. Next, these are the push factors. Mainly the push factors in both districts are poverty, lucrative jobs, low conviction rate.
Sir, please try to conclude, sir.
Yeah. But mainly, 2 factors are mainly the reasons. One is poverty and lack of livelihood, they have said. Because survivor doesn't know about climate change. Okay. They doesn't believe in this kind of scenario is happening, but they believe that, okay, I have no land to cultivate. I don't have any job. That's why I'm going to that. But it is directly or indirectly affecting the climate change only. Next, you can see from my conclusion that I have said that India has a commitment towards protecting children and women, and there are regional and national policies also. But anti-trafficking effort has not been considered climate change or environmental protection into account of policy and framing the laws. There is a need to change how climate change can alter the current and accepted socio-ecological stresses, such as loss of livelihood can be connected to the climate change also, impoverishment, forced migration. These are the dynamics which are coming. Next, compensation mechanism must be strengthened, because there are 2 ways of compensation mechanism. One is central laws and one is state laws. So there are a lot of cases which are coming in the High Court and Supreme Court that they have been not given the compensation at the right time. So we must do certain kind of things also. Next, being, although it is not a regional, but it's a global phenomena, India must take into account the goals which has been set in the Millennium Development Goal, Sustainable Development Goal 5, 8, and 16. Next, that definition part in the United Nations Convention on Refugee 1951 does not include refugee also. So at the earliest, it's my humble submission that climate change must be considered as a condition for seeking refugee also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we're moving on to the next presenter, which I'll be inviting Dr. Lakshmi M. Paloti,
Assistant Professor of Home Science, Government First Grade College for Women, Karnataka, and Dr. Piragauda A. Ghanti, Assistant Professor of English, Government First Grade College for Women, Karnataka. They will be presenting on their paper titled Women, the Hardest Hit of Climate Change. And please.
Namaste. Good evening, everyone. I, Dr. Lakshmi M. Paloti and Dr. Piragauda A. Ghanti are going to present on the paper Women, the Hardest Hit of Climate Change. So, before moving to the topic, first I would like to give a brief introduction about the topic. The Earth's climate has been relatively stable for thousands of years. When a stable climate system is modified beyond its critical point, it gets out of balance and loses its equilibrium. So, climate change is generally considered as a global environmental issue. In our daily life also, we all are facing some of the climate change events. Extreme or abnormal climate related events are occurring around the globe and even in India with a faster rate. In India, recently, we all experienced many extreme events such as Hudhud cyclone in the coastal Andhra Pradesh, the unprecedented rainfall and floods in Jammu and Kashmir, the cloud burst in Uttarakhand, the tsunami in Tamil Nadu, and the list goes on. Changes in rainfall patterns such as drought, exclusive rainfall, early or late arrival of monsoons and rainfall at unusual periods, increase in temperatures, that is heat waves, changes in the atmospheric concentration of greenhouse gases, changes in the precipitation, radiations, relative humidity, melting of glaciers, rise in sea level, submergence of islands or coastal areas, global warming related ozone depletion with increased UV radiations are all leading on an adverse impact on Earth's environment and human activities, as well as livestock populations, including microbial communities also. Please note this point. And all these changes have direct impact on human activities. Climate change in relation to human activities can be divided into 4 categories. That is, first category is agriculture, and second one is human health, and the third one is water and migration, and the last category, which is going to be affected by climate change on a vast area, that is gender dimensions. And we both authors have chosen gender dimension, that is particularly women, that to be more consistently, we have chosen farm women as a major victim of climate change events. So, as we all know, climate change does not affect women and men in the same way. Women are particularly vulnerable to climate change because they have very fewer resources in their own right and under their control. And they have no permanent place in decision-making systems, and they suffer the traditional, routine, and gender-biased oppressions. Due to their lower economic, social, and political status, women tend to be more vulnerable to disasters. Not only women, the adolescent girls are also going to be affected by climate change when compared to their counterparts, that is male. And high rates of illiteracy among women and girls. Particularly, I am going to be mentioned here the adolescent girls. The age ranges between 11 to 18 years. And the lack of access to information due to their illiteracy to climate change also exacerbate exposure to climate risk. Coming to the relationship between climate change events and how this relationship is going to be affected on the farm women in a crucial manner. As we all know, farm women plays a crucial role or major role in agricultural activities from sowing to marketing. So agriculture is the main area which is going to be affected by climate change. As we know, agriculture, forest, and fisheries, the three major areas, I repeat, the agriculture, forest, and fisheries are all climate sensitive because their production process is affected by climate change. And in turn, farm women is the hardest hit, my friends. So climate change has serious ramifications in 4 dimensions of food security, food availability, food accessibility, food utility, and food systems availability. So rice is a major calorie intake of developing countries, as we all know. Due to inadequate food distribution within families, women, especially pregnant and lactating, are becoming vulnerable to nutritional problems.
Ma'am, please try to bind up.
Yeah. The same thing will be covered in next slides. So, climate change, and I am coming to during drought, rural women, they are in the situation of consuming deteriorated, fungal, and mold affected food grains. We could also observe shifting of foods from milk, curds, fruits, and vegetables, and ghee to mere rice and dal. When she takes this type of food in a prolonged time, she could be malnourished, and some of the diseases which are quoted by researchers by consuming mold affected foods are in Afghanistan. Researchers have observed liver diseases by consuming improperly winnowed wheat, whereas in India, the mold affected food consumption has led aflatoxicosis disease, and in Ethiopia, inadequate processing of cassava. By eating this food, researchers have observed neurodegenerative diseases. The consumption of nutritionally poor diet in the long run would lead to malnutrition among women, particularly pregnant and nursing women. Next slide. Climate change.
Ma'am, please try to conclude.
Yeah. Climate change has vast implication on women's health. Especially, it could lead to maternal malaria during high temperatures or during heat waves. During summer seasons, there will be the transmission of maternal malaria chances are high. Next, impact of tsunami on women, which could be divided into 3 major categories: physical impact, that is soreness, sleep disturbances; then emotional impacts, anxiety, fear, nightmares, shame, embarrassment, irritability, etc. And finally, socio-economic impact, that is playing the role of widow, single parent, migration, feeling isolated, feeling stigmatized, withdrawal of external life, loss of trust, and discontinuity of life. So coming to the conclusion, gender inequalities intersect with climate risk and vulnerabilities. Women's historical disadvantages, their limited access to resources, restricted rights, and a muted voice always in shaping decisions make them highly vulnerable to climate change. Women are charged with securing water, food, and fuel for cooking and heating face with greatest challenge. It is important to remember, however, that women are not only vulnerable to climate change, but they are also effective actors or agents of change in relation to both mitigation and adaptation of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll be moving on to the next presentation, for which I'll be inviting Dr. Jyoti Alwar, postdoctorate fellow, University of Victoria, Canada, and will be presenting on her paper titled Feminizing the Digital Divide During COVID-19 in India. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon to all the conference chair and co-chair, as well as the session chair. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. I wouldn't take very long. I'll be as brief and crisp as possible. My paper is themed on gender equality and development. And the title is Feminizing the Digital Divide During COVID-19 in India. And before I get started with my next slide, which is on objectives and methodologies. Lisha, can I request you to put on the next slide? Yeah, thank you. So I'd just like to quickly give a brief introduction and backdrop that COVID-19 has ushered in an era of social distancing and restriction in public places and dependency on digital technologies around the world. Now, this emergency catalyzes a shift towards adaptation to online essential services. This has severely affected the poor, especially the marginalized women community who neither have the accessibility nor the affordability to own a smart digital device to adapt to the new way of living and thriving in the world. And hence, my paper seeks to feminize this digital divide that has happened, which was already a pre-existing reality in our country, but how it has further amplified during COVID-19 in India. I have used the existing data and literature from the newspaper and journals and various other articles. And the main objective, as I've just explained, the research explores India's digital gap through gendered lens during the pandemic to understand the challenges faced by underprivileged women who are unable to shift swiftly to digital technologies necessary in the pandemic times, to bring forth the pre-existing digital gender equality, socio-economic marginality, gender discrimination, which have been amplified, I just mentioned. The paper places the argument within the theoretical framework of Professor Van Dijk's theory of resources and appropriation. Just to elaborate that it is about digital technology access and societal impact. And can we move on to the next, the fourth slide, please? Alicia, can I request you to move on? Yeah. So I'll quickly throw some light on the theoretical framework and how it is correlated with the with the essence of my paper. Professor Van Dijk theorizes the digital divide as lack of digital access amplifying social and information inequality, bringing forth four principal arguments or assumptions. To start with, categorical inequalities in society lead to unequal distribution of resources. Unequal distribution of resources lead to unequal access to technology. Unequal digital access to technology leads to unequal participation in the society, and then unequal participation in the society reinforces the same categorical inequalities. And by categorical inequalities, Professor Jig means and refers to the differences in class, race, gender, region, education, and positions. And access here implies the physical access as well as the intentions, the motivation, the social and cultural barriers. Can we move on to the next, that is the fifth slide, please? So quickly throwing some light on the digital precarity or the digital divide situation or the gap that is already prevalent in India, that India happens to be apparently the second largest pool of internet users, roughly around 600 billion. However, only 20% know the use of digital technology. And by this, I mean that they are having the access, but mostly they are just using it for, using it to access the social online platforms rather than making the correct use of digital technology. Only 23.8% of Indian households have internet accessibility. Out of the total population of India, 67 million live below the poverty line, which only have about 1% of increment of wealth annually. And why that is happening? Because they are not able to access, probably because that can be one of the reasons that they are not digitally active and lack the skills and the literacy, digital literacy, to bring in that change in their life. And mostly the rural and the isolated communities are the last one to receive the information, with lack of facilities as inconsistent electricity, slow internet connectivity, digital illiteracy in hospitable conditions, and most importantly, gender disparity. With over 2 lakh corona positive cases practically every day, the poor and the marginalized are left helpless with no immediate information or updates. And therefore, digital inclusion is extremely necessary. It's a necessity to bring India back on track and its economy back on track. And therefore, otherwise we'll be creating another pool of digitally poor citizens who lose out on life-enhancing opportunities. Can we move on quickly to the next slide, please? Yeah, so now coming in particular to the general digital disparity in India. Although this is a worldwide phenomena, that 300 million fewer women access internet and mobile, keeping the gap, the gender digital gap, very, very high. However, in the first phase of COVID-19 in India, women were severely impacted, especially the migrant women, because they were most vulnerable. There was loss of jobs. and their livelihood. And of course, they had no accessibility to how to bring in, to how to make use of the help that the government was trying to extend in terms of DBTs. That is what I mean. 36% of Indian males have mobile internet access compared to only 16% of women. And therefore, this is further leading on to the social gender inequality. Data revealed by the National Family Health Survey in India, beg your pardon, there's a little mistake there. So it reveals that 3 out of 10 women in rural India and 4 out of 10 women in urban India have ever used the internet. So we can see, how wide that gap is. And also more than 60% of women in India out of the 22 states that the National Family Health Survey carried out the survey in, 60% of women have never been able to access internet in 12 particular states. Can we move quickly to the next slide, please? And as I just mentioned, that the Indian government, although has brought in place the Digital India flagship program and rolled out 260 billion direct bank transfers or cash transfer, but because of digital gender divide, the women were deprived of this accessibility to the funds, and economic vulnerability, drop in mobility, reduced access to social and credit groups because of the lockdown has further created impediments for women to seek support. So where do they look? They are the worst affected as unpaid caregivers, domestic help, also being members of disadvantaged communities and caste, getting not being able to take care of the situation and not being able to get what they truly deserve in terms of the help that is being extended. There is help. There certainly is help. When we see the social media group, there is definitely help. People are reaching out, but this marginalized community and isolated community is not able to reach out. That means the digital awareness, digital literacy, upskilling is extremely, extremely important. But of course, before that, literacy is important. But can we move on to the next slide, please?
Excuse me, ma'am, due to the lack of time.
I'm just winding it up. So there's also the socioeconomic barriers for women, especially, the poor women who have very poor self-image and ability to move out of homes, dependency on the men in the family to handle the banking, limits their growth and their, independence. And patriarchy, as we all are aware, it's deeply, deeply entrenched, especially the Khar Panchayats who impose bans on women and girls from using mobile phones. That is a major impediment. Let's move on to the second last slide, please. The challenges. Now, digital accessibility does not always equate to digital empowerment, because most of the time, as data reveals, women who are probably, aware, who are who are digital savvy, they are not actually using, the internet for accessing information, critical information on health, safety, rights, public services, which is all there. So most of them are just, accessing to be on the social network platforms. And of course, there is a cybercrime as well, which is happening. So greater awareness, definitely, for using digitality as a tool for empowerment, not just, as simple accessibility. And can we move on to the last slide, please? So a recent report suggested that there is definitely silver lining there, coming in terms of the reports that was reported in one of the rural villages in Punjab, north of India, where 85% of illiterate women were using mobile phones. Now, they are illiterate on one hand, but they are able to use the mobile phones without, of course, accessing the internet. But they were able to, manage that mobile phone, which reflects that newer and simpler mobile applications can be innovated, can be put in place, so that illiteracy, which is definitely a major impediment apart from poverty, may not, if they're able to use the mobile phones, simpler apps can definitely, help them access the life-enhancing emoluments and benefits which are awaiting them, but they are not able. So there is this bridge which can be gapped up. And of course, greater digital awareness, diffusion of technology to upskilling of women, and accelerating the Indian economy with greater digital inclusion of women post-COVID, which is really, really must. This can only happen with aligned actions of government, of industry, of academia, like us researchers, where we can, pitch in, and of course, a large number of NGOs. With that, I'd like to conclude, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Once again, my apologies for the technical glitches which happened earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we have come to the end of this session. So I would like to thank all the speakers who shared their precious knowledge with all of us. We appreciate the efforts and endeavors of all to join us virtually for this conference. On this note, I would like to request Professor Dr. Venus Jain to deliver the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Namaste and a very good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all of you wherever you are in the world. I present my deepest gratitude to Honorable Founder President Sir, Honorable Chancellor Sir, and Vice Chancellor Madam for giving us this opportunity to stand over here in these turbulent times. This conference would not have been possible definitely without their blessings and support. We are beholden in gratitude to Professor Dr. Aarti Srivastav, Dr. Sheetal Sharma for being there by sparing all their precious time. I'm thankful to all the researchers who presented their papers after doing an intense research. And I'm also thankful to Nihal, our student, for sheet anchoring the event. And last but not the least, I'm greatly thankful to Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, our director, and Dr. Shruti Singh to make this event happen during these turbulent times. Thank you very much. Your presence, your hard work, your sparing time, your presentation means a lot to us. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, I would like to extend our gratitude to Professor Dr. Aarti Srivastava, our chair, and Professor Dr. Venus Jain and Dr. Mayank Toma for taking out time from the busy schedule and enlightening us. We hope to see you all virtually for tomorrow's session starting at 10 a.m. Thank you, everyone, and have a pleasant evening.
Before we end, Dr. Aarti, if there are any questions, Dr. Venus and Dr. Meg, if there are any questions in the chat box any students have, perhaps the panelists can.
We have no questions, ma'am.
There are no questions, Dr. Shruti.
All right. So, Professor Dr. Aarti, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. I think, this is a very timely conference that has been organized between the European Union, John Monnet, and the Amity, University. But I would also say that, some of the papers were quite away from the basic theme. They were, they were talking about gender, about other issues, digital divide, SDGs, and all. But I would have done better if, after one review, one could have communicated to them that they should, try to link with the larger session theme of climate, environment, and development. How do they link it? It looks as if, this is like, a potpourri, without having any common theme. So anyways, but it is a good effort as we have all seen the, the second wave just got over. So that is okay, but some of the presentations were good, in isolation, but they could not really come down to the basic seminar theme. So that is something I think one round of screening would have helped, but I'm sure this was a very hasty task, at a short notice. So with that, I especially compliment Tripti Chaudhary from JNU for our good presentation, which was a little more aligned to the theme, something to look at parallelly between the Europe and the Indian this thing. The last session also.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, and Jyoti Alawat also, it was a good presentation. I'm leading one research between UK and India, looking at where there are 4 collaborating institutions in India, Jamia, BHU, Jadavpur, and NIPA. So where we've looked at this gender difference. So most of the studies at school, most of the data right now at the final analysis stage says that, there is no discrimination. I wonder what data have you referred to and all that. Soon these studies will be, soon getting published. So we can discuss the methodological issues and the other issues that may have got this kind of impact. But we looked at the government and the, private schools and all kinds of schools, and all the research areas, Jadavpur or BHU or Jamia, have similar findings. So this will be completed in about a couple of months. So, it was interesting that how your presentation was slightly different from what our findings were. So with that, I congratulate Amity University, the organizers, and especially to the main coordinator, Dr. Shruti Singh, for having done this wonderful show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So with this, we come to the end of the session. Dr. Sheetal, would you like to say a few words?
I would like to thank everyone since morning, those who have been in the Zoom meeting room, sitting patiently and listening to all the presentations. At the end of the first day, I stand enriched here. Yes, of course, we are talking about India and Europe. Some topics are within the context of Europe, some are within India, and some are bringing about comparative perspective. Nevertheless, everyone tends to stand, everyone stands to gain something out of the entire enterprise of paper presentation. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, sir.